Want a golden coin? Yeah. That was a different tuxedo. White chin. Tux is actually still under the house. I could hear him meowing. Mama was gatekeeping the exit. If that tux didn't have his face looked better. It is a male, and I think that's the other one that I took the collar off of. Probably also the neighbor's cat. Yep. It does look kind of round. Right there. Oh, these two. God damn it. Motherfucker. Every fucking day. Dude, I'm getting fucking tired of you making me do the fucking squats every time I come in here. Jesus Christ, dude. Too early for this fucking shit. Go on, fuck. She knows that if I squat, I can grab her. She's smart enough to know that if I'm standing straight up, she's gonna bolt straight for it. I literally have to squat to come in this room. Every time. Unless she just happens to be asleep over here. Just heard something. There's some mass shooting last night.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox 811 here on the East Coast this Sunday morning. We appreciate you getting all of your breaking news alerts, top stories, and live events from us right here on Live Now from Fox. We're following a mass shooting at an entertainment area of Birmingham, Alabama, Saturday night. We're learning it killed 4 people and injured at least 21 others. Police saying the shooting happened in a Birmingham area just after 11 p.m., known as the 5 Point South. Initial reports saying club patrons.
Or any city that has an area called like a point, 5 points, 3 points, 2 points. There's always crime there, isn't there? Weird. Why doesn't Four Corners have a bunch of crime where all the different states meet up? Actually, funny I think about that. They do kind of. They have tribal crime out there, but it's not the crime that one would expect. Like they have laws. See, they're the Anasazi tribe and the Navajo tribe is out there, and if the Anasazi is on the Navajo side trying to sell Anasazi goods, It's actually like a criminal offense. They're not allowed to sell goods on each other's side, each other's counties or cities or whatever. They do. They do. I guess they do have increased crime in comparison to the rural areas on the, away from any of the reservations. As you know, Native Americans supposedly can't hold their alcohol. I don't know. If you're ever in that area, highly recommend checking out a Native American restaurant and trying out some of their food. It's pretty cool.
Were outside a hookah and cigar lounge. Police arrived quickly and found some victims on the street. We're also learning 3 of the 4 killed were pronounced dead at the scene, and another victim died at the University of Alabama Birmingham Hospital. Now, Birmingham police don't yet know what precipitated this event and whether the attack was a drive-by shooting or whether shooters were on foot. A Birmingham police officer explains what police know at this point. Take a listen.
We believe that multiple shooters fired multiple shots on a group of people in the 2000 block of Magnolia Avenue.
What color were the people?
There's no one in custody, and we cannot stress to the public how important it is for us to have information in this investigation. We have reached out to our partners with the ATF.
That's Tux. See how he's eating? And look at he's got dark on his chin right there. Where the heck did he just come from, though? I could have sworn I just heard him underneath the house. With Momma. He didn't come from underneath the house right now, did he? He came from... Hey, you see the dark guy? Hey, I'm pretty sure that's him. His face is definitely more messed up looking. Or they're both boys, both the Tuxes. I mean, that's not the chin. But his face is actually starting to look better, so it's hard to tell now from the face sores. But the other one, did the other one actually jump down? Like she must have, or he must have, if you could have seen. Was it acting that skittish while it was eating? Because I think that's a Tux thing. Getting that nervous down there. Like, that's him and not the other one. It's more nervous. That's him for sure, right? Yeah, that chin is definitely black. That's the main thing I'm looking for, because the other one's got a white chin. Well, alright, alright. That's good. Is it very... What, you think this one looks smaller than the new one? I'm pretty sure they both belong to the same neighbor across the street that apparently feeds them shit. I don't know. I don't know why they come here to eat. I don't think either one of them is neutered though, because their balls are massive. They're like twice the size of Simon's.
Partners with the FBI. You will have a plethora of law enforcement agencies assisting the Birmingham Police Department. And rest assured, we are going to do everything we possibly can to make sure... I
had Royce come over and give me a shave, y'all. Can you tell? He did it for me in the bathtub. I laid behind him, or in front of him. And like, he did me. He's the best.
That we uncover, identify, and hunt down who was ever responsible for preying on our people this morning. We were told that all of the victims were out in the open on
They're not telling us if they're black
either a
or not.
sidewalk or the
Fuck.
street. So these group of shooters
How are we supposed
fired
to
upon these victims when they were out in the open.
identify
We were not
them?
told that this happened inside of any business. This was on either a sidewalk or a city street.
Was this a drive-by shooting, or were the shooters on foot as well?
Our detectives are working to confirm whether the shooters walked up on the victims or drove by in a vehicle. And that's why we need the public's help.
All right, so that was the very latest from authorities in that area, and they go on to say they think the weapons involved could be switch-use guns, which are weapons that can be converted to fully automatic weapons. They're asking anyone with information or surveillance video to call Crime Stoppers. The number for that area is 205-254-7777. Again, this is breaking news we're getting this Sunday morning coming from an area of Birmingham, Alabama. A mass shooting at this time, 4 dead, at least 21 injured. As we get more information on this breaking news alert, you'll be the first to know right here on Live Now from Fox.
What are you doing? Here. The guavas are starting to fall. Great. I have a bunch of rotted fruit out here. Favorite time of the year. Oh, God. That fucking tree. Yeah, clean it up, Tux. You're always leaving too much behind. I did get some more caffeine. I had to go to the store to get it. Usually I have it, well, I have been having it delivered, which is pretty nice. It's getting delivered by Amazon. Plus I can get a little cheaper doing that. Barely, like $1 or something. But I tried to get it last night on Amazon or the day before, and it wasn't going to be delivered. It said from the 25th to the 28th. Like, what? Every other flavor of Fancy Feast I could have had delivered either same day or next day. But this one was out for like a week. So I had to make a trip up to the pet shop yesterday. I went just for her food. Actually, I made a special trip just to get more food for them. Because I was like, you know what? That'd be wrong of me now to not have the food out for them in the morning. I really didn't feel like doing it. Alright. I'm gonna put it out another bowl. Oh. Why you gotta make do it? Good of you. I'll do it for you. There you go. Hey, the squat toll. Mama was right there. This is what she looks like in there. When I got my hand this close to her, she just hit me twice. She didn't run away. A lot of times when I get it that close, she'll run deeper into the house. She stayed there, and as soon as she hissed at me, I backed out slowly and I left. So I'm just kind of making baby steps and getting my hand a little bit closer to her. Each time I do it, I'm fucking nervous, dude, that she's gonna bite me or swipe at me. This is what she reminds me of in the hole, though.
Anything about Fantasia? It's the world of human fantasy.
this is Mama in the hole when I'm like looking at her like, hey Mama, hey, come on, you're doing this one, I love you. Hey girl, you're sweet. I don't know, it reminds me of it every fucking time that I'm like talking to her right there. Because I don't want to have to deal with getting rabies shots, man. Hey, what are you doing? Hmm? What are you doing? Keep staying.
Bro wears a Trump shirt to the cookout, and this is just pure disrespect.
Ready? Action.
Trenton!
Ready? Action.
Trenton! Bro wears a Trump shirt to the
Why?
cookout.
Why? Out of here. Oh, there's a migrant news. Migrant news, and they're not saying it.
Anything happened to my siblings?
Only on 2 tonight, a sister's emotional interview as she remembers her beloved sibling who was shot and killed. Thank you for joining us this evening. I'm Bill Barajas.
This little migrant news action.
24-year-old
God
Jocelyn
dang,
Espinal,
Mama.
South Houston police say her boyfriend, 19-year-old.
What the? I gotta go out already, dude. What these cats are. Can they just stay in the normal schedule here? I'm fucking damn it, dude. I've been out there for 30 minutes total or some shit already. I would prefer to be able to kick back for a little while. Like, can they eat it progressively, maybe? Holy shit. I bet that fluffy cat comes next. It looked like it was coming over here. I just get tired of washing my hands so much, dude. My dish towel in the kitchen is wet by this time of the day because I wash my hands so many times. It doesn't even dry my hands anymore.
Francisco Ochoa shot and killed her. Ochoa has been arrested and charged with Jocelyn's murder, but her family is just now starting the grieving process. Our Gage Golding is in Humboldt tonight with an interview you'll see only on 2.
The time is 2:45 a.m. last Sunday. According to Houston police, Jocelyn Espinoza and her boyfriend, Francisco Ochoa, were sitting in his pickup outside of the Palace.
With a haircut like that, that dude has to be a fucking migrant. We don't cut our hair with bowls here. There she is. Called it. Oh, Fluffy. Oh, Fluffy. Say hi. We used to have a cat when I was a kid named Fluffy.
In Humboldt, the young couple of only a few months was arguing.
We still don't know exactly what they were arguing about.
That one's tail is huge.
All I know is that she was trying to get away from him.
Ochoa seen on security camera at the motel getting out of his truck when somehow he got locked out. Inside is his girlfriend. He pulled out a gun and started banging it against the window. That's when that gun went off.
The first thing they go for, that juice that I put in, it's mostly a tablespoon of water that I put in. Interesting. I'm keeping the neighborhood cats hydrated.
Jocelyn in the head.
That's the main thing I think I'm doing.
And killing her.
Just my heart broke, and all I could do was cry.
It's who killed her that's most difficult for Jocelyn's sister.
She never mentioned her talking to that guy, Francisco. And I feel like it was a stranger who stole my sister from us.
Ochoa taking Jocelyn to a nearby hospital where she died hours later. It took nearly 5 days for Ochoa to turn himself in. These photos are from inside the Harris County Jail Friday evening when he surrendered. Ochoa is now facing a charge of manslaughter and being held on a $200,000 bond.
I would give him life because that's what he took from my sister, her life.
She's sharing this story in hopes anyone in a violent or abusive relationship can get help that Jocelyn never asked for.
I wish she would have told us what was going on.
Oh yeah, the face tattoo? That says something.
You never know what could happen.
You had a face tattoo?
If it could be your last day.
Yeah, she's a little gangster.
KPRC2 News.
She was
and we want to remind all.
That's her fault, dude. What are you doing dating gangsters, you dumb cunt? I mean, you're dead now, RIP and shit, but if you're dating gangsters, you're a dumb cunt. A little bit. I mean, what do you mean? Who's she supposed to ask for help from? Didn't her family see who she was dating? Yikes. Did her family notice she was getting face tattoos and shit? They should have had an intervention. Maybe they're at fault for not getting together and talking to her. Maybe if she wouldn't have listened, maybe she should take a little bit of the blame for the situation. If they were trying to tell her, hey, I don't like, why are you hanging out with these people? She's like, because they're my people. Well, that's what happens when you hang out with those people. So it's hard to feel sorry for someone who did that. I can't do it. I just can't do it, Captain. As well as military chain of command has been almost completely dismantled. Look at this little bitch. She's licking all the nutritional yeast off of it. Nothing's getting into it. Okay, cool. I mean, I don't mind it. That is like $1 right there, though. So We are spending $1 to feed old Fluffy right now. Here. Here. Sweet girl. Francis would have a collar though, I think. I died. Purrer, you're such a purrer. Bing Crosby's wife just died. Catherine Crosby. Over 150 firefighters are fighting a 5-alarm fire in Baltimore. Who is old? Wow. Oh, 90. Yeah. It's like it's raining out there so much water. No. Oh, this cat's drinking water. That's alarming. That's just somewhat alarming. That's something we see hardly ever, a cat drinking water. What are you doing, silly? Making the biscuits? Man, old Fluffy might have a kidney problem. That's literally the only cat that I've seen besides Lola drink the water, especially in this amount. And she really needed that wet food then. Oh my gosh, she's drinking a lot, dude. That's very concerning. Yeah, go ahead and finish that up or Mama gets back.
What's going on, guys? Just got back from the gym. Got the Ford Boss Me shirt on with Be Blessed on the back. We are in for a really rough time ahead here. We got Hebrew Israelites marching in Springfield, Ohio, talking about how the Haitians are being brought in to enslave them. And they believe that the 12 something pillars of life and blah blah blah, or whatever it is, that the Hispanics and the Black Hebrews or whatever you want to call them are part of this.
Dude, what is she doing? She must have been born under the house, dude, for her to want to go under there like that. Right? Weird. Huh.
12 Pillars of Life or something like that, or whatever the hell it is. And they're marching in Springfield, Ohio, because they think the Haitians are being enslaved. Like, there may be some truth to that. Is that the reason why our politicians, our government here is allowing so many migrants to come in here? Is what everybody's saying about the Great Replacement? They're here to take your jobs. The truth? Sure does look like there's a lot of truth to that. What do you guys think? I mean, I know that I see a lot of factory CEOs that have been interviewed that are saying that they love hiring Haitians, they love hiring the illegals, they have a different work ethic than Americans do, and they work for way less and get way more out of them. I think the Great Replacement theory looks pretty logical. It's just a matter of when, how long is it going to take? When is this going to happen? It's already happening. And are we going to see some kind of major uptick in crime and migrant movement and just overall corruption in general between now and November? I think the answer to that would be yes, that is what's going to happen. It's just a matter of are you prepared for it? And when we say prepared, we mean are you stocked up on dry goods, food, medicines, vitamins, things like that, if we go through another shortage again, or if they do take and create disaster in the streets and stuff, if it turns out to be another Portland thing, or not Portland, what the hell was it out there in where they had the Chad zone and they were locking down blocks and they wouldn't allow police.
What are you doing? Come here.
And they wouldn't allow medical people in there, and a dude got shot and was dead in that Chaz zone, and they couldn't. And the mother of the child, or the man that got shot, that died, was like, man, y'all didn't get in there to save my baby, and y'all didn't get in there to do. That's because the people that were there locked it down. They had their own security that was armed, and they would not let the police and the paramedics and stuff in there. So the local government said, all right, fine, y'all want to farm for yourself and cook for yourselves and stuff like that, you can have your little zone for a little bit before we get tired of it and come take it over. Let's see what happens. And then they started dying and fighting and shooting each other and people running naked in the streets and stuff like that. It was an absolute shit show. I'm picturing stuff like that happening in the future if things keep going the way that it is right now. And now we find out through all the different independent reporters and stuff on YouTube, like
you think the Haitians are going to have a chop Chaz? That won't happen.
And Aurora, Colorado, and all this other stuff, that all these things that people have been saying is true. They weren't made up stories. They were actually legitimate stories. Maybe some stories were kind of pulled one way or the other to make it more relevant, but they were all true stories. The eating the cats, the eating the ducks, and all that stuff. There have been plenty of video footage and stuff brought forward that you just have to look for a little bit that show that this stuff did happen. And eyewitnesses from the local places in Ohio saying that, no, we've seen this stuff happening. We've literally called and reported it. It's just our mayor doesn't want to own up to it, and our police chief doesn't want to own up to us looking as bad as we do, so they're trying to cover it up. They're probably in on creating the fake LLCs and buying up homes and apartment buildings and stuff like that as well to house these Haitian migrants, because they are getting paid per cot, not per apartment, per cot. So if they can place them in housing where they get a place to sleep, and from what I understand by watching JLR and stuff like that is, the Frugal Prepper, if you haven't check him out, is they pay per cot. And when they pay per cot, there's a 24-hour period, and they try to stick somebody in that cot for 8 hours at a time. You pay for every 8 hours. The other 16 hours you got to be out being productive, working, something like that, but you don't have access to that cot. So there'd be 3 different people in a 24-hour period sleeping in that cot. So they're tripling their money per cot in these places. And yeah, it's a great money scheme. Great money scheme. Sick, but genius idea. And it's pretty sad that this is what we would result to. But this is what's going on. They don't pay per person. It's per cot, per every 8 hours. That's how it's paid. Anyhow, my thoughts. It's going to be crazy coming up. And I know I'm preparing as much as I possibly can. And just trying to educate those out there as well. So check out JLR. Check out the Frugal Prepper. They talk about some of this stuff. And
Yo, this is how kids are getting alcohol.
Super similar, but you know.
Consumer alert. This is how middle school kids buy alcohol at the grocery store.
We're going undercover. I'm going to show you how easy it is for minors to buy alcohol from places like Safeway, King Soopers, and Walmart.
Can't turn the volume up on it.
Alright, so step 1, find the NA version, Arnold Palmer. Step 2, we're going to find the alcohol version of the Arnold Palmer. And as you can see, they are super similar, but you know what? These aren't even the most similar versions. So this is what they do. We're going to scan the NA, the non-alcohol version, twice, and not scan this one. So we're still scanning 2 products. See, they grab both products.
And they weigh the right
they
amount.
Take the scanner,
wow.
Scan the one NA product twice. They don't scan the alcohol version. See, right there? Can't tell. And then I drop it, and I have the woman come over. So I just had them void the one product, so I'm only buying a tea, but check this out.
Consumer alert. This is how middle school kids buy alcohol.
Let's check what out, you fuckhead. Fucking weird. There's nothing else there. They try to get people to watch it over and over and over. Fuck, man, I keep forgetting I need to hide shorts all the time on YouTube so they don't bug me with them.
You want the honest answer, or you want me to do it for you?
Jack, I'm going to use this part if you know. I'm just
no,
curious.
go ahead. Nah.
The place my grandmother, home of my great-great-grandfather, who was the head of the Pittsburgh Steel Company in town. We're gonna try and figure out what's happened in this town since they closed that plant down in 1986. Then we're gonna head across the river over there, go down to Charleroi. A town of 4,000 people has recently received 2,000 Haitian immigrants. We're gonna see what kind of effect that's had on them.
What's really happening? Check it out. Like, you know, you have towns like this around America. What's the number one thing going on? Drugs, crime, poverty, and hatred. They push hatred and incite a riot between.
That's how they control it.
There you go. So then when they get a couple of dollars that they stole or take from people, they come back in, buy the town up for pennies on the dollar, man. We bust our behind to get a piece of the pie, and guess what? You got all this paper and all this red tape, all this bureaucracy. But if you walk into a bank and you know the banker, what happens?
Tell me.
He'll make it happen for you, or she'll make it happen for you. So that's what happens for them. They'll make it happen. They eat dinner together. It's just like knowing the right judge. You could beat any charge if you know the right judge.
Still getting 2% interest rates.
You know, they can follow the game, but you have to follow the dollar. When you follow the dollar, you'll see that this company is running out of money. So that 1% of the people that have all the money don't want to go to work, are not going to work. Okay, you'll pay their bills, give them a break. They don't have to worry about it. You give them free stuff off our backs. If we do our part together as a team, then we make a way for the younger people to come up. You know what I mean? And say, hey, if you took everything out of schools, why are there no trades? Some of these kids can't even concentrate because they got them on so much medication that they need a trade. Come on, man. You just have to look and say, hey, I'd rather medicate you, dope you up, than to teach you. And half the things that's going on behind closed doors, man, they don't get the same education because you go to a school in Rostraver, they go to a school in Ringo, and they didn't get the goddamn laptops that the Ringo Rostraver got. You know what I mean? It's just, you hear so much because I'm an outsider. I'm an outsider. And half these people don't say anything because, they feel like something's gonna happen to them, man. You gotta speak up, man. You gotta come together. You gotta put that bickering aside, man. If you want politics and what's happening, it's changed. It's like a battle royale. You gotta go in there and rumble. So when a person can get on TV and say, you hate this, you hate that, you're putting ideology in a person's head. So when they start thinking about, I should hate this or I should hate that, you're wrong. But
next, come on, can we move?
They're in the upper echelons.
I don't even know what the fuck this guy's talking about. I want to hear about the migrants.
People and then add. You can tell the difference when it was certain kind of amount of people and then out of nowhere is a whole bunch more. That's kind of rare. I mean, I get it. They probably just want to come here because they don't want to be in their country. Because it's probably worse things than here.
The question then is how many can we take in and still maintain what we have?
Yeah, the president needs to do that. That's another thing, though. I do not like the president. Biden do the way presidents usually do to be a president. There's a whole bunch of things. Actually, right there on that column, there was.
How can this asshole afford cigarettes?
Big ass fire and one of them got hurt.
Oh shit.
Yeah, police, firemen, even EMT was here, and they took him in, but he still probably got arrested anyway. And that was a kid though. There was 6 of them there. I don't know. They gotta watch what they're doing.
Okay, so far this is very uninformative.
I have a son that lives in Spears, married, has 4 children. I gave them my house, and my oldest granddaughter lives in it.
That's awesome.
And I live at the high rise on Crest Avenue.
Nice.
Yes, very nice.
What is it you think that needs to be done for change to happen?
What I think needs done? We need employment, and we don't need all the foreigners. Here comes a crack whore right now. You think I'm
Our
lying?
shirt says
Look,
peace and love on it.
Strike me dead. I'm standing in front of my church.
What was this town like when you were a little kid then?
Oh my goodness. Oh, you really don't want me to tell you about that.
Why is that? A lot better?
Think about.
Very devastating. There wasn't anything you couldn't buy here. There wasn't ever crime like there is now. Drugs weren't bad. But I just...
You ever thought about leaving?
I don't want to leave. This is home.
Yeah.
This is home.
Family's been here for a while.
My parents are dead. I have one sister that lives here, and like I said, my son lives on Spears Hill. He's married, he has 4 kids. And this is home.
Dude, I can't stand it also when these fucking people put music to their videos like that to try to give it some sort of sensational effect, over dramatizing it. Fuck out of here with that shit. Just let me hear what they're saying.
Is this country being too lenient with offering taxpayer-funded help and assistance to migrants, or is it necessary help? Some people are upset about this. There are many companies in America who offer special loans to those who may not be citizens or they're migrants. There are also monetary assistance programs that are offered to non-U.S. citizens or migrants who may not be in this country legally. In one video, an American business owner in tears said she was not able to get a loan to start her business, but a migrant was able to secure a special loan to buy her business.
But I need my president to tell me why I worked so hard all these years, all these decades. Couldn't get a business loan, but I bust my ass to get the money to create my business.
Now, California lawmakers also recently passed a bill that could make undocumented immigrants eligible for home loans, and of course we know about car loans. Joining us to talk about it, conservative talk show host Angela Box. And this wasn't intended to be a one-sided conversation. The person who was speaking on behalf of, look at you, you're happy. So damn happy this person didn't show up. But one of our guests didn't show up.
Yes.
And so we're going on because so many people are talking about this and that viral video. So when you see migrants, and you'll say illegal immigrants, get these loans and special loans that private companies offer, and of course there's a government-funded Medicare, Medicaid, all of those programs. What are your thoughts on this, Angela?
Well, I'm old enough to remember. I can't seem to put my finger on who told us that this exact thing was going to be happening. Oh, I know who it was. It was Donald Trump. He said it in 2015. And now, thanks to Greg Abbott, and, you know, I'm not a massive fan of Greg Abbott, but on this, man, this political stunt he pulled, shipping all those illegals to blue cities and blue states, was chef's kiss genius. Because now every single blue city and blue state gets to feel what we in Texas and we in border communities have felt. And what the Democrats are doing, see, here's the big picture here. Democrats have zero ideas, none. Kamala Harris will not sit down for an unscripted interview. She will not take questions. Their ideas are bankrupt. They have literally nothing. She's the border czar. Her and Joe Biden have let in 15 million illegal aliens. And now the Republicans put forward the SAVE Act, which is a bill that was passed by Republicans. Not one single Democrat voted for it. Would make it proof of citizenship to vote and a photo ID to vote. Now, Democrats always like to say that black and brown people are too stupid or helpless to get a photo ID to vote. But here's the big secret, and they let the cat out of the bag, and they're starting to be more honest about it. Because their ideas are so terrible, they have to import voters. Because illegal aliens coming over the border are going to be getting on government assistance, and that is going to be paid for by taxpayers. But guess what? They're going to become future Democrats, because this is globalism, this is communism. Kamala Harris is a Marxist. Tim Walz is a Marxist. Joe Biden doesn't know where the hell he is.
For those, Angela, who said that President Trump and his administration had an opportunity to pass a bipartisan bill about immigration reform, and they decided not to because they wanted it to be an issue to continue to run on.
So I'm glad you asked me about that bill. The bill that you're referring to was a Senate bill propositioned by James Lankford of Oklahoma. He wanted to get in. He wanted to get his head patted by the leadership of the GOP, the feckless, worthless uniparty GOP. And what that bill was.
Whose side are you on?
I'm not on the uniparty side. I'm going to tell you. I'm on the American people's side. That's the side I'm on.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
The bill would have allowed 5,000 illegal aliens in per day before anything was done, and it would have given amnesty to every single illegal alien here, including the 15 million that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have imported. Now, not only that, this administration that cares to care about children, they don't care about the woman on the side of the road with a baby. They don't care about the 325,000 migrant children that are unaccompanied minors they have lost. 325,000 that are now.
But there was also a significant number of migrant children lost under the Trump administration.
Not anywhere near that amount.
Yes, it was.
No, not anywhere.
And there were.
No,
and I'm devil's advocate here. I ain't got nobody else. But there are individuals who say the Trump administration. Well, we know we were there. There were just as many problems at the border with the Trump administration, and then the bipartisan bill to address immigration was passed on by the Republican
again, I'm
Party.
old enough to remember when Donald Trump said we need to build a wall, and Democrats and the Uniparty said, oh, $15 billion is too expensive. Now we've got, billions and billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine and billions of dollars to illegal aliens, but we can't build a wall. It's crap. And that is why Donald Trump is getting a lot of black support, and people are going to be shocked at this election coming up.
All right, Angela Box. Remember, the other guy didn't show up.
The only true consequence we have to slow down and discourage people from coming into the United States illegally is sending them back to their country of origin.
The Biden administration instructed the former chief of the Border Patrol's San Diego sector not to go public with the increase in special interest aliens, or SIAs, crossing into the United States illegally. According to retired Chief Aaron Heike's testimony before Congress, SIAs are immigrants with significant ties to terrorism.
At the time, I was told I could not release any information on this increase in SIAs or mention any of the arrests. The administration was trying to convince the public there was no threat at the border.
Heike said before the Biden administration, the San Diego sector arrested 10 to 15 SIAs per year. From 2022 on, it's been more than 100 per year. The Department of Homeland Security defines SIAs as a non-U.S. person who, based on an analysis of travel patterns, potentially poses a national security risk to the United States or its interests. The department says the term should not be confused nor used interchangeably with known or suspected terrorists, or KSTs. Regardless, retired Chief Patrol Agent Heike said the migrant surge strained resources and led to an increase in the number of known gotaways.
The Border Patrol saw groups of hundreds and thousands coming into the United States and turning themselves in. These numbers pulled 80, 90, sometimes 100% of the agents on duty away from the border. Border Patrol zones across Texas, Arizona, and California had no agent presence for weeks and months at a time. Those who did not want to be caught could simply walk in. We have no idea who and what entered our country over this time.
Heike blamed the migrant surge for the increase in Border Patrol agent suicides. Although numbers for the last 2 years are difficult to find, the New York Post reported there were 14 Border Patrol suicides in 2022, nearly double the number in 2020 and 3 times the number in 2014.
Meanwhile, Border Patrol agents are continually forgotten and neglected by the media and this administration. These agents deal with death, women and children that have been raped, abused, trafficked, bought and sold, families that have spent months in terrible conditions, sickness, and despair.
In 2023, a DHS Inspector General report stated intensifying conditions at the southwest border are negatively impacting CBP and ICE employees' health and morale. It stated CBP's and ICE's current method of managing law enforcement staffing is unsustainable. It warned of higher turnover and early retirements if nothing is done to improve resource management. For more unbiased reporting straight from our nation's capital, download the Straight Arrow News app and turn on notifications.
Oh, this was interesting. From yesterday. Did you see this? These scammers in Springfield. Look at how many people are giving them money too. It's crazy.
Hello?
Like, so many people in these small towns
What we got
are
going on here?
naive when it comes to this shit.
Funeral for who?
Do you help?
No, what's the boy's name?
Philip Hector.
I'm sorry?
Philip Hector.
Where?
Philip Hector.
Philip Hector?
Philip Hector.
How did he die? How did he die? No, you're out here. You guys got people out here. I'm just wondering, how did he die?
The photo.
Photo
You,
what?
the photo.
How did he die? Oh, hold on a second. You're out here asking for money or for a funeral?
He's dead, Mo.
What's his name? How did he die? How did he die?
Canceled.
When's his funeral? When's his funeral? I see you guys asking for money. When's his funeral? What's going on? When's his funeral? When's the funeral? Are you guys committing fraud or scamming? Hey, whose funeral? Hello? Hola? Hold on. What's the kid's name? Oh, so what happened? What happened? How did he die? How did he die? How did he die? Whoa, what's going on here? When's his funeral? You're saying for funeral. When's his funeral? When's this funeral? When? Where's his funeral at? When is his funeral? Where's his funeral? I know you guys have been asking for money and holding up signs about a boy that died, but when's his funeral? Okay, yes, I'd like to help. So what's going on? What's going on? Media! Why are you hostile? Why are you getting mad? Why mad? Why mad? Why mad? Call the police. 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 Call the police.
Watch this though. People are still gonna give them money right now.
What in the world is
Multiple
going on here in
people.
Springfield?
It's crazy. I can't even keep his fucking vest on his shoulder. Why are they waving at everybody?
Individuals at the corner of Limestone Street and McCrate Avenue are soliciting donations for a boy, and they wouldn't even give any details about the boy. Like, they're saying
For real, there should, like, usually when these people do this type of scam, they at least have like a little thing about it, about what happened. So and so was shot. Like there will be some information. The funeral is this. We're trying to. It's gonna be supposed to be at this time, or there'll be something. Them just saying Felipe Hector and not saying how he died, when the funeral is, or anything.
Where's the funeral? What happened? How did he die? What's going on?
People are just giving them money. Look at this shit.
And they get very hostile and defensive. To me, it sounds like
small
a scam.
town people are so gullible.
Sounds like a scam. And people are giving them money because they have a picture of a white boy.
Look how many people are giving them money, dude. Like every car. Isn't that crazy?
Unbelievable, folks.
There's Mama.
I think it was a scam. I seen the same people doing it yesterday, but then asking for, specifics. What do you think? JLR Investigates out here in Springfield, seeing what.
Oh, and he talks to the cops about it, but they don't really say anything. They just drive off. He just explains what he saw and they drive off. I was kind of hoping Mama, like, they would give me a little while. I got Simon in my lap now. I was really kind of hoping that food would last there for a little while. I'll probably not put any more out for him because I don't want to pick Simon up. Well, Fluffy ate one of them. I was only had one can, right? Or does he have two? Maybe it was two. Well, Tuxedo had one, right?
Today was the first day of early voting across Virginia.
And already thousands have weighed in on what some have called the most consequential election in history. With 45 days to Election Day, our Northern Virginia Bureau Chief Julie Carey saw a steady flow of voters. She has been speaking to voters in 2 key counties about what issues are influencing their decision most.
It was clear on this first day of early voting that many Northern Virginians were determined to cast their ballot at the first opportunity. At the Fairfax County Government Center, the line to cast a ballot extending far in front of the building, then snaking through the hallways inside to the polling place. Around noon, it was about a 30-minute wait. It's the first time this couple has voted early. Former President Donald Trump getting 2 votes from them.
Too many illegals. I'm tired of paying all my taxes for illegals. That's the way I feel about it.
Immigration and the economy, the top 2 issues cited by Trump supporters. This voter declined to reveal his presidential choice, but says he was better off 4 years ago.
When I go into the grocery store, my bill is quite higher than it used to be. Meat is up 40%, eggs are astronomical, milk is astronomical.
This military veteran also not sharing his presidential vote, but his greatest concern, providing a strong clue.
In this country, it's very important to respect everybody, regardless of the party, religion, or your sexual affiliation or whatever. It's important to respect your neighbor. And so civility is at the top of my list.
This couple casting presidential ballots for Kamala Harris. 2 issues driving them to vote on day 1, preserving democracy and abortion rights.
For me, it's women's reproductive
Preserving
rights.
democracy.
And so I was determined to be out here as
Believe
soon
the
as voting
soundbite.
started, so I could put my choice in there.
This Loudoun County voter also saying concern over abortion rights guided her to vote for
she
Harris
needs to fucking
and
shave.
the prospect of witnessing history if Harris is elected.
Wow, I never thought in my lifetime that I would see that, and I'm excited because she brings a breath of new energy to us.
Oh, so what are these people fucking
showing a big
lost?
of early voting back
Like,
in 2020?
really, she was in office all this time, lady.
About 1,200 voters cast their ballots in person.
Wow.
Today, late afternoon, almost 2,800 had been to the polls. In Leesburg, Virginia, I'm Julie Carey, News 4.
Did she say that she brings joy?
Vote early, so you're going to want to check with your local.
20 day of early and fair.
Because she brings a breath of new energy to us.
And the
Oh, she brings joy. That's what she was thinking, like, from that.
A breath, see that? And I'm excited because she brings a breath of new energy to us.
How do they believe that anything coming from her is going to be new when she's been in office for 4 years?
Even before the door to Petersburg voter registration was unlocked Friday morning at 8, there was a line.
I honestly thought I was going to be the first voter. I was not. By the time I got here, there was 35 people in line waiting to vote, and I got here at 10 minutes to 8.
As the day went on, a steady line of early voters went in and out of the door, including 94-year-old Robert M. Walker.
God woke me up this morning and started me on my way.
Walker doesn't take voting lightly.
Thank God we can vote now.
He's disappointed so many people don't take advantage of their right to cast a ballot.
So many young people don't even know nothing about it. That's the problem.
At 94, Walker hasn't forgotten.
You don't know what I went through to get where you are now. You're on my shoulder.
When you think about the history of what happened to get the right to vote, not just black people, but even for women. You know, it took us a long time. It's a duty and an honor to vote.
Pat Hines.
Your vote counts, your vote matters.
As president of the Petersburg chapter of the NAACP, believes voting isn't just a right, but a duty.
You can't complain if you don't have a part of the process.
On this first day of early voting, Hines had a goal of 100 voters for the day. Twice that number had voted by noon. Now the organization has 6 weeks to mobilize for phase 2.
We're an organization on a mission.
Continue to target voters who don't go to the polls.
We have a list of all of the voters that haven't voted in the past 4 election cycles. We're calling, we're knocking doors.
How did they get that list?
The message is
fuck?
simple. Voters
Leave me the fuck alone.
So if you want change, whether you support the incumbents or you want to support new candidates,
nobody wants any fucking unsolicited call about voting, dude. That's, I don't know, is that really going to get people to vote?
New goal to increase voter participation here in Petersburg in this upcoming election by 25%. In Petersburg, Wayne Koval, CBS 6 News.
They can give us any fucking information on what people are voting
South
for.
Dakota and Virginia lined up to fill out ballots in the presidential race starting on Friday. Our Natalie Brand is on the ground in one of those states.
Lana, early in-person voting has officially kicked off here in Virginia. We're at one of the sites where it's happening here in Arlington County in that building behind me. There's a lot of excitement upstairs and quite a long line. The elections officer on site tells me that within the first couple of hours, around 500 early voters had already cast their ballots across the 2 sites in this jurisdiction alone. Some voters actually making kind of a party out of it, coming as a group of friends.
We're celebrating democracy, and
Harris.
it's such an important day
Harris
for our
voters.
country. We wanted to make
They're
sure
saying
that our
that.
vote counted, and we just love wearing this sticker and advertising the fact that we voted and want to encourage everyone to vote as well.
Other voters said that they are just ready for Election Day to finally be here. And elections officials nationwide are urging voters out there to check your registration, make sure you are registered, and also come up with a voting plan in case that you are not able to make it in on November 5th. There's so many states, but they all have different rules, so you really have to check in with your local elections office to make sure that you know the rules, and if you are able to cast your ballot early or by absentee ballot, you can do so. Now, in addition to here in Virginia, there are 2 other states where early in-person voting has also kicked off. That's Minnesota and South Dakota, where you can vote early via absentee ballot. Lana.
All right, Natalie, thanks.
Fighting for democracy, something that they couldn't experience in the country that
The only candidate that makes sense, the only slate of candidates that make sense are on the Democratic side. We're not into culture wars and, silly conspiracy theories. We as Democrats are absolutely concerned about, what is best for the American people. How do we improve our living conditions? How do we improve our economy? How do we make life in this country more equitable for everybody?
I'm voting for all the Democrats. Every last one. Go to them all. We need a change. We need sense in the Capitol, in the White House.
What the fuck is she talking about? We need change. Have we had more Democrats or Republicans over the past fucking 10 years? 20 years. Democrats. The fuck is she talking about? Democrats isn't the change, lady. You got it backwards. The whole past 4 years was that change? Do you appreciate that? You appreciated that? Why does this dude have Prince's shirt on?
We need rights for women. We need a lot of...
That's a fucking weird shirt, bro. Is this a short sleeve or a long sleeve? Or it needs to get like a quadruple extra large. What's going on right here with this sleeve, bro? His arms have skirts on them.
Stuff that we're not going to get on the other side.
make sure that you help somebody else get to the polls and vote early. Fighting for democracy, something that they couldn't experience.
These are all Harris voters, dude. Trivy.
The only candidate that makes sense, the only slate of candidates that make sense are on the Democratic side. You know, we're not into culture wars and, you know, silly conspiracy theories.
What? These people don't even know who the fuck they are. What was the Russia shit? That was a conspiracy theory? I'm sure there's more. There are more.
We as Democrats are absolutely concerned about.
And like, oh, we believe in our body, our choice. Well, what was the COVID fucking mandates? COVID injection mandates. Democratic Party flip-flops their asses off so much that they don't realize that they were originally the racist party. They don't even know that they flip-flop so much that they're the ones that were known for being a little more fucked up back in the day, and then it switched. What happened?
You know, what is best for the American people? How do we improve our living conditions? How do we improve our economy? How do we make life in this country more equitable for everybody?
I'm voting for all the Democrats. Every last one. Go over to all of them all. We need a change. We need.
Why is it playing this again?
Capital.
That makes culture wars.
Okay. You suck. What kind of fucking news agency does that? This is an actual news agency. Gotta be watching the same thing 3 times.
Some voters in the United States have begun casting their
where's this
in-person
from?
votes Friday. Early voting has kicked off in some states 7 weeks ahead of the November 5 presidential elections.
Asia?
Voters in Minnesota, South Dakota, and Virginia can now go to the polls in person. Minnesota is the home state of Democratic vice presidential candidate Tim Walz.
Dude, Sweet Pea is licking Simon's anus right
in every
now.
Presidential election.
She just like rolled up and started licking on his butthole. Was that good? She's licking her lips now.
Since 1976.
He's laying in my lap and she was like this on the chair.
All the Democrats.
She got her a little. She snuck her a little bit in there.
Every last one. We need a change, and we need women on the other side.
2 trucks plunged into a sinkhole in the South Korean city of Busan.
South Korea, maybe. South Korean news. Oh, this is what I wanted to show from yesterday. This is crazy, y'all.
And more businesses
You're gonna be like, what? This is close to me too.
To deter thieves. CBS's Elise Preston is in Los Angeles and reports at least one store is going to the extreme.
Nancy, the rippling impact of crime is changing how customers shop here. But this store is one of thousands across the country strained by a growing problem. Locked up and off limits, paper goods and potato chips now joining big ticket items behind plexiglass at this Los Angeles area Rite Aid.
And I was like, why is it locked up like that?
The Compton drugstore taking a dramatic step to combat shoplifting. Nearly everything in the store is restricted, so anyone looking to purchase items must call an employee to open up a case.
It's sad that things are this way now.
In a statement to CBS News, Rite Aid said they are testing a range of product protection solutions as they are seeing a higher level of brazen shoplifting.
The issue that is front and center in the consciousness of so many Californians.
The state's governor recently created an organized retail crime task force. So far this year, it's made over 1,000 arrests. California's campaign against shoplifters is just a snapshot of a struggle nationwide. 15 states have created task forces, and a bill in Congress is calling for the Department of Homeland Security to establish a centralized national effort. The growing problem cost businesses more than $122 billion.
I didn't want to see all that. There was a story I saw on it where all they talked about was that store. Like that was a shitty one in comparison. Stop it, sweetie. Go on. Go on. There it is.
It has become a familiar scene at retail stores in recent years. Products locked in cabinets as a way to prevent theft. Shoppers have to call a clerk to get the product they want. Well, shoplifting has become so bad at one local store that they've put nearly all of the products under lock and key. KTLA's Omar Lewis in Compton with the details. Omar, good morning.
Yeah, Frank, good morning. You know, it's typical at stores like Walgreens, Walmart, or Target to see select aisles with items locked behind glass barricades. But at this store, just about every item is locked up behind a glass case. I want to show you the store, the Rite Aid here on Long Beach Boulevard, where every item from coffee to candy is under lock and key, leaving some customers frustrated that they now have to wait on staff to access these everyday items. We can show you inside the store this morning. Retailers have long
this is what I said yesterday.
Like
literally, the only thing I saw that wasn't locked up were these Atkins bars. I guess the homeless people don't want those.
Retailers have long locked up high-value items like electronics, but now even everyday essentials like cereal or coffee, they are behind glass cases here. To buy something as small as a pack of crayons, customers now need to call a store employee to come unlock it. This drastic measure aimed at stopping a rise in shoplifting is becoming more common in major chain stores in this area, and it's also stopped some customers from shopping at
Dude, even the water, do you see that? Core water, Arrowhead water jugs, man. The fucking water, that's like $1
in this area, and it's also stopped some customers from shopping at brick and mortar stores. Instead, they're turning to those online delivery options that will ship right to your front door. Earlier this month, Governor Gavin Newsom directed $267 million to cities and counties to target organized retail crimes, while LA Mayor Karen Bass launched a new task force following a string of high-profile robberies. Now, despite these efforts, shoplifting rates in cities like New York and LA continue to rise, with increases of over 60% from 2019 to 2023. That's according to the Council on Criminal Justice.
Well, crime is down, though. Biden said it's down, dude.
Who said before the glass cases were installed, employees were having to combat shoplifters themselves. She thinks the cases are a good solution to help the employees, but shoppers, they're left paying a tax of time and patience because of it.
So I personally think it's a good idea, so that way, you know, employees are not risking their lives trying to stop people from running out with items or whatnot, you know. It's not worth it. I mean, I know it's frustrating, you know, sometimes we're like in a hurry, like an in and out thing or whatnot, but just be patient. Patience is the key. That's all I can say.
So back out here live, the debate over how to balance security and convenience for shoppers, it continues here. We spoke to a store employee who tells us that they started locking everything up this summer, sometime around July. Meanwhile, we can tell you California is likely preparing to vote on a measure that would roll back Proposition 47, which would stiffen those penalty for retail criminals. That's the latest for now. Here live from Compton this morning, I'm Omar Lewis. Frank, Jessica, we'll send it back to you.
I got my voting book yesterday. It's got all the crap in it. I need to look at it. But that one, I'm voting for, dude, because what the heck? They're allowing Amazon to have a monopoly on shit. Amazon and Walmart online because of all these small stores closing. And in doing so, they're making like their inventory isn't always there now. For instance, I couldn't get the Fancy Feast beef from Amazon because they didn't have that one. These stores closing and people shopping more at Amazon could be the culprit. Stuff like that. Being short now on Amazon. Because, dude, Amazon, I remember back in the day, you would get it delivered by FedEx with Amazon Prime, and it was like usually like either next day or like that. Like it never, I don't know, it was better. It never messed up or something. Like There was never like, oh, sorry, it's not going to actually be there next day, or you're going to be a day late. Then they switched to FedEx because they got so popular. Or they switched to USPS, I think. So many people were using it, and FedEx was probably charging too much. Monopoly's not always a good thing, is it? Who comes in? What? Retro gaming is hot.
Video games are making a comeback.
Rich DeMuro goes back in time to explain what's going on. Good morning.
Yeah, it's Back to the Future this morning. You know who never gets old? This guy right here. I mean, from when I was a kid to now, this has been sitting on my desk, by the way, for about 9 years.
Okay.
So, and it still looks just as relevant as ever, right?
Why did you keep it? Did you just say to yourself, well, someday I'm going to need Mario here?
I knew this day was coming. So I just figured I'd leave it on my desk. Yeah.
Really? He's just a
today's
dork?
video games have amazing graphics, cutting-edge consoles, and high price tags to match, but some gamers are trading all of that for old-school graphics and games that come at a much lower price. Recently, I visited a used video game shop to find out why.
Really?
At this store, old school sounds.
What? There can't be that many people trying to play that old shit.
In 2021.
Where I'm at right now. Okay. Anybody that remembers Nintendo cartridges, they are a major pain in the ass, dude. You'd always have to blow into them, and you had to blow into the fucking Nintendo. Sometimes you'd be in the middle of a game, and the shit would just start flashing white. Happened to me on Zelda, on the Last Castle. Original Zelda, gold cartridge, Last Castle. I'd spent so much time. I even spent money calling Nintendo Power. My shit did the flashy. That was the first game you could save your game on. You had to hold the reset button though when you cut the power off. Otherwise, it might mess up. Guess what? When I did the white flashy, it erased everything. Want to deal with that shit?
That was the happiest I have ever been.
Buying, selling, and trading used video games and consoles.
So how much does a game like this go for?
People don't know any better.
It's mostly just because a bunch of them exist.
The former video game
dollars.
Video games and consoles.
That was the original with Duck Hunt on it.
So how much does a
see Mario Brothers with Duck Hunt. It's only $6 for the original.
Game like this go for $8.
What?
It's mostly just because a bunch of them exist.
The former video game designer says older customers are reliving their childhood. Younger customers are influenced by social media.
They rather buy
that's because they're idiots
that they know is going to be good, opposed to taking the risk on a new game that may not be good.
Nostalgia. Are you kidding me right now? The games are 8-bit. They can't be that good in comparison to what we can play now. I'm so sorry, dude, but I can't have as much fun if I were to pop in a Super Mario Brothers single-player game, hit my head on bricks and shit. Bloop, 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 bloop. That, like... Most of the games from back in the day were super basic. They didn't take much like situational awareness. I like to use that because I mean you're playing in a side-scrolling world. It's not even you don't even have to like look around you to see what's behind you. You can see I don't know, man. Really? Kids are wanting to play that shit? That's all we had, so of course we were playing it, but they're so much better now.
You know, you're always kind of nostalgic for about 30 years ago.
YouTube creator John Reddick explores 80s nostalgia, retro gaming, and more on his channel.
Those games suck, dude.
Not only are we nostalgic for it because it's our childhood.
Like, you're trying to aim and it's not very precise. The controller's all wonky as shit. It's not like, dude, these little thumbsticks are so precise. I can move it a millimeter and it goes, boop, it moves. You know what I mean? The old school Atari controllers were this and one button. It wasn't very precise. Like, to get something like perfect, you'd have to kind of like move it a little bit more. Like, nothing like that. Just, I don't see the enjoyment in it personally. Maybe with something like a Sega Genesis, but not going back to like to Atari or Nintendo. I started off with Atari, Commodore 64, Nintendo, 8-bit Nintendo, and yeah, no, that doesn't even like make me feel like. I mean, maybe if I had a kid, but even then, like, I wouldn't really want to make him like play old ass shit like that. I'd like want to like and be able to play the newest stuff that's out. It's more submersive and realistic looking. Right? That much. Because maybe really like people that are in poverty get these, because it's all, I can see that if it's really that much cheaper, $8 a game, that is a lot cheaper. So I mean, that's something. Like, if you just want to get your kid a game and you ain't got it, because these things are expensive, let's be real. So there's that. But just to get it for the nostalgia, nah. More out of like a necessity, in that your kid wants to play video games and you're broke as shit. That I can understand.
But it was also the era where paradigm shifts took place. We went from analog to digital. We went from electronics being clunky to electronics being in your pocket. We went from vinyl to Spotify and back to vinyl because they loved it so much from back then.
You guys remember that?
Yeah, no, that's extremely niche, though. Extremely. Hardly anybody has a record player. You know, like, I don't have one. Do you have one? My parents have one. Maybe they'll give it to me if they're not using it. I would probably use it if I had one, but the records are so expensive, though. It's different than this. These games are cheap. I dude just said you can get the original Mario with Duck Hunt for $8. Like, records, they're trying to capitalize off that shit hardcore, especially if it's a good one.
PS2 and GameCube sell well, so does Nintendo Switch.
Mario always sells. People love Call of Duty. Believe it or not, FIFA sells.
But overall, Pokemon is tops.
It's hard for me to honestly keep a lot
of that's weird.
In stock, believe it or not.
Of course, one cartridge immediately brought me right back.
Many, many hours spent playing this as a kid.
And that's precisely the point.
A lot of these people, again, since it's mostly nostalgia based, are buying their childhood back.
Waste of it.
So bottom line, don't discount those games that you might have around gathering dust. You can play them or trade them. And I know I never get enough of some of those classic games, especially Tetris. And I love, and I'm sure many people do, introducing the games that I loved as a kid.
Yeah. Dude, I wonder if my parents still have all my old Nintendo games.
I mean, they always end up going back to Roblox and Minecraft, but I
feel like they gave all my shit away by now.
Here's what we used to do.
Probably nothing there.
Yeah, I don't care about that. Some of the kids are really into it. This game was this segment was actually inspired by one of my kids' friends who goes to that store.
I'm going to make room so you don't have to think about me anymore.
And sure enough, it's like a story is born. Right. Anyway, RichOnTech.tv.
We're all John shit. We don't want to
retro games.
Out of sight, out of mind. I don't know, man. I'm scared to find out. I don't want to be mad at them. Dude, why am I so... Oh, there was a scream. White. What?
With the hope of today with Kamala and USA.
Hey, eat something, kitty. Come on.
USA.
To the point, what do you now
I
like
guess I gotta wait
about
20
fracking?
minutes.
You say you're not going to ban it. You support it now.
They're eating dogs. They're eating cats.
No.
Again. So okay. Yes. And any more on fracking? I think.
I smoked pot with Johnny
You
Hopkins.
can't bite me and
Well, I
leave.
want to ask you about the Middle East, actually. Let's move on because I do want to get this in. This week, as you know, a new front.
Did you follow any of that? They're eating dogs, they're eating cats. Senator Fetterman, what do you think about fracking? They're eating dogs, they're eating cats. Wow. That's a response. Fetterman is a wild card now, isn't he? He's out there, the Israel flag when the party's running from it. He's pro-fracking, he's anti-fracking. I don't know if it's a stroke. Definitely going to affect you. Boy,
I didn't mean, bro.
He's just a maniac, this guy. Speaking of hope in Michigan.
Only a few weeks left until this is all over. We've heard other Democrats in your position suggesting that they want to see more from Vice President Harris and Governor Walz in terms of not necessarily speeches in controlled environments, but town halls with voters, more interviews, mixing it up, press conferences. We're only 44 days to the election. Do you agree? Would you like to see more of that?
You know, I have incredible confidence in both the Vice President and Governor Walz. They have shown that they are happy warriors. They are able to answer tough questions.
Warriors.
And they are eager to get back into the debate.
The hell's that?
Poll-tested talking point. Happy warriors, joy, opportunity economy. Only a few weeks left. Some unscripted sit-downs, interviews, town halls. Well, they're happy warriors. It's not even an answer, a kind of answer. Gretchen Whitmer is not a serious person who should be leading a big state like Michigan, the great state of Michigan. And that's her take. They're happy warriors.
She's the governor?
Do you take any of these people seriously? You see all the interviews I did.
Why are there so many fucking females in the head of our government all of a sudden? When did this happen? Did this just happen recently, or has this like been a gradual thing? Did this administration somehow get a lot of female governors in office? Like, not all of them. Like, there's female governors that are Republican too now, but it's kind of crazy how many females, blacks, gays, and trannies are now in very high levels of our government. And it happened over the past like 10 years.
With Kamala.
It seems like it.
Wired.
Maybe 20 years.
Black Reporters Caucus, Hispanic Caucus.
40 years. Over the past 40 years,
almost
maybe.
They can just change the suit. It's the
Gradually.
same responses.
More.
Shocking. And she's ahead in the polls dramatically. ABC poll, 5 points. I know people saying, don't trust the polls, bro. Don't trust them. 2016. This is not the same time. Trump's not ahead by 5 in the polls. He loses. Once a mail-in ballots wink come in, it's a lose. And they blew a gasket in Georgia where they said, yeah, we should get the electronic votes. We should count them.
Stop doing that.
Like, absolutely not.
Comes up to my chair.
You are a threat to the democracy if you think that's a good idea. So I'm trying to get a feel for what's going on in everyday society, right? TikTok. How are they doing on TikTok? You're a mega MAGA supporter. Of course, threat to the democracy, no doubt.
What do you think about the funding of Ukraine?
No, I don't think that should happen.
Why not?
Because we need to take care of America first.
I'd make the argument that funding Ukraine is exactly how we put America first, because a lot of people think we're sending cash backs, but we're sending old military equipment, right? And after we send that military equipment, we get to create new American jobs to restock and repile that.
Well, that doesn't make any sense. We got stuff in inventory. I don't know if it's old and useless. All the stuff we're sending could be ammunition, artillery. It's not old and useless, I guess is my point. We had to restock it.
Well, the thing is, we've depleted our artillery, is what Trump was saying. Like, we used to have a bunch stockpiled, ready to go in case we needed it, but we've given it all to Ukraine.
At a cost probably 4 times the cost we bought it for. So just on the math, it wouldn't work. Now, you could have a different argument. If you're saying the math works, I don't know.
That's a good point.
On top of that, do you think Vladimir Putin's our enemy?
Not really.
Really? Why not?
Because I think he's trying to run his own country. And he's not, I don't think he is a threat to America.
It's okay that he's running his own country, but the problem is when he starts to invade other countries next to him. So we should protect our allies, essentially, right?
I agree.
So
I thought we just stopped with NATO. Right? That's where we stopped. That was the whole point. So how many allies do we have? I mean, where does it end, I guess, is my big question here. Checking our allies. Who's an ally and who's not an ally? And so it's a never-ending cycle. We're just dumping money all over the globe. I'm not saying I stand with Putin, but I am saying we don't have the bandwidth to protect the rest of the world every time we deem it necessary by some left-wing lunatic.
That's like us trying to invade Canada.
And that would be okay.
Right.
So to piece my argument together, we're creating new American jobs, and in the process, we get to protect an ally, a sovereign country, Ukraine, from, I think Vladimir Putin is a dictator. He's a threat. He's not a good guy. So I think we're protecting America's interests. I think this is exactly how we put America first, right? Can you see that point of view?
That's a sales pitch. Go on a fight, a war, and funding a war in some other place, far, far away land, is the way we protect America. War is peace. Is that it? So ignorance is intelligence, and fighting wars is peace. It's like newspeak. That's what this is. Think of any other word for it.
Dear white people, this is my sister. She got the same belief as me.
Dear white people, can you be our friend?
That's all we want to know. Can we be friends?
Absolutely. What's the catch here? I don't know why we are we in this weird space where we have to say, Mr. Obama did this. It wasn't like this growing up. I'm a lot older than most of you. It wasn't like this in the South in the 70s. You worked with a guy who lives next door. You became friends. Kind of mixed cultures. It was done. But now we've got more technology, more ways to communicate, and more disconnected than ever. What was that telling you? You had to guess. You had to say, what would you say the reason for this is?
Oprah and Kamala have me crying. It's like the nostalgia of Oprah in the 90s after high school, but like with the hope of today with Kamala, and there's a Swiftie right behind him. I love it so much.
She needs to seek real help.
Jesus.
I can get nostalgic too, like the next guy. My heart, I see some old, get a little teary-eyed once in a while. She's young. Well, I guess let's say she's 38, 40. So in the 90s. I don't know. Maybe she's a small child. Maybe. I don't even think that. I think she's bullshitting. Say she's 42. I start crying about it. Like old Springer. When it was, oops, I dated that. Boy, we got a real fucking problem on our hands. And here's a prime example, my friends. Here we go with this guy. I think white feminist males are some of the worst species that roam the planet.
Kamala Harris would be a much better president than Donald Trump. Welcome in.
Hi.
Hi. So do you mind if I give you my reasons why I think that Harris would be a bad president?
If you want.
Yeah, so there's two main categorical reasons why I say Harris would be better than Trump. The first category is character. The second category is policy. Let's start off with character. First of all, Trump is a felon. Trump is a fraudster. Trump is an election denier. He's a dictator on day one, wannabe fascist. Okay. Kamala Harris is none of those. Kamala Harris wants to protect and preserve a democracy. She wants to fight for the freedoms of all Americans.
What does protect and preserve democracy even mean? More crackdown. We got disinformation boards. We got people getting arrested for memes. Is that what saved the democracy? Is absolutely.
Especially the 170 million American women and girls. And then we could reference policy next. If you want to respond to character, go for it. If you want me to hop straight into policy, I could do that too.
Well, starting with character, I technically do not think she's a good person. Speaking of which, if we're bringing up stuff from the past, we can say she slept with Willie Brown, broke up a family just to get her job. And while she was there, she used a firm that was putting people in jail that had false positives on drug tests. And she knew they had false positives.
Oh, wow.
She admitted to that. And she was still putting mainly Black and brown people in jail, considering I'm both. That is very much.
Oh, she should use that card against him, right? Say I'm Black and brown, I'm a woman, vagina holder. Don't discriminate against me. In today's world, if I was Gen Z, I'd pull all those cards. If I had the victim card, I'd use every one of them.
He's black and brown.
They'll wrap you up, put
I
a
call
bag
bullshit on the black
and never
card.
be seen again. You have to do it.
A big issue for me, and also that a woman shouldn't represent. They should just sleep to the top for their job. They should actually work hard for it. I generally don't think that she's a good representative. There's plenty of other women out there.
Yeah, I have a question. How many votes did she get in a run for AG? Do you know? Now, how many votes did she get in a run?
We're talking about character, though.
Of course.
We'll talk about and morals. And if we're mentioning,
I can't stand any more of him. Just look at the grill on this dude. God. These kids think they know everything too, right? No life experience and no. It can be messy. I'm complicated, right? Hey, Dear Lord. Fucking guy, Al Sharpton, the one that got the store burnt down in Brooklyn when he was an anti-Semite by all modern definitions. But this guy now is a hero of the left. I think the left, though, they like
doesn't even look like him anymore.
I don't know where they're at. It's a weird timeline.
State Election Board voted this week to require ballots to be hand counted in November. It's a move that could drastically lengthen the amount of time needed to tally results in the critical battleground state of Georgia. People have been warning of possible trouble from this panel.
So what? It takes longer. What's like a day?
For real? Who gives a shit if it takes longer?
So it takes longer. Often, I think I heard one state come out and say, we're not going to have the results the day of or the next day, the evening, before the voting started. So what do you want to know? Here's the electronic results. We just confirmed it, audited it maybe. I think that'd be a thing. Why would you get so bent? What do you think?
This the opening salvo of mischief from them in this make or break it state.
Mischief.
I mean, Rev, when I read this news, the first thing that came to my mind was that it just got a whole lot easier for Donald Trump to call an election official in Georgia and ask him to find 11,780 votes like he did after 2020, right? Like, that's what this setup feels like. And the fact that it's happening a month and a half before the election raises a lot of questions about the intention here to expect that the state...
Oh, now they're going to call voter fraud?
I didn't say the word.
Damn.
E-deniers. So if you want to get the electronic tally, you want to just confirm it, hand counts. Why would you say that's a problem? What if it went the other way? Seems like we got a real dilemma where we can't agree on the basic things. Electronic voting, we just confirm hand count. We should all agree to that. Should just be, yes, that makes sense.
Right?
Somehow it's not a thing anymore. We can agree on the most basic principles, like what is a woman? Not a biologist.
It has capacity to hand count nearly 10 million votes is ridiculous. And so I'm thinking about at the county level, what's the staffing plan? I'm also thinking about security.
How did we do it before, like in the 80s? We don't be that bad, man.
They do it when it first came out.
I've never voted electronically. I think my entire life.
It's usually been hand counted for most of history.
I don't know how they do it where you're at, but it wasn't always electronic. I mean, I don't know when. Maybe the 80s, mid-80s they started that.
Probably 70s.
We counted them before, for sure. We had some mechanism to do it. But now you think, you ask the question, they go, what are you, crazy?
Security for the volunteers who we have seen threatened in the past when the results, of course, were released, and then the delay about those results and having that impact the election outcome. So I have a lot of concerns, Rev, and if people don't have concerns about this, I just got to say, Florida 2000.
I don't know where MSNBC gets these dipshits. They're all over. They're all dysfunctional. This woman right here is probably going to be on MSNBC soon. She is just full of piss and vinegar, this one. Stand by.
All right, now I gotta give Simon his meds. Duty after duty after duty, I gotta do the duties. I gotta do the duty, 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 duty. I gotta do the duty, 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 duty. Gotta do the duty now. Gotta do the duty now. Do 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 do. You acting so crazy for like my song, I think. Hey! Stop biting me! Alright. Out of the way. Laker. My gun kind of rad. That's. Oh, get back. No, get back. Get back. I can look at it. You bitch. Damn it. No, you almost didn't make that one. Did y'all see that? It's actually pretty impressive. That was really impressive, actually. She, like, I gotta I gotta rewatch it. Watch it. Watch it. You almost. No, you almost didn't. No. Look at that, man. That's pretty amazing. No. No. Wow. No. No. I was so, because she didn't expect for me to move it. But when I did, she was still able to recover.
No.
I don't know if she actually jumped off of the armrest or not. Hold up. I'm going to put it on slow-mo. How she was able to, I think she might have jumped off the armrest really fast. Right? I need 60 frames to be able to see it well. A 30 just ain't cutting it. It all happened so fast. 1,000. It happened in a second. Simon wants back in. Simon, come on. Simon, come on. Alexa, just stand there and hope that she just runs out or something.
We can't afford 4 more years of this.
All right, let's break that down, shall we?
There's no media apparatus against Trump. It's all fake news, rump. It's fair and balanced news coverage. You won't believe what you're about to see.
He knows how to sell right there. Okay.
And she doesn't own a firearm, so I don't know. I can't really comment more than that.
Wasn't the Trump thing a thing?
She doesn't own a firearm.
Comedy Central.
Huh. I remember distinctly her saying she owned a firearm. It's not the point of this. I don't want to see how the media manipulates you or people. Maybe not you watch this video. Manipulates people to instruct them how to vote. Not what the, here are the facts, ma'am. You make the decision. Nope.
CNN edited a video to make it appear as though Trump impatiently dumped a box of fish food into the water in Japan. The full video showed Trump had simply followed the lead of Japan's prime minister.
He knows how to sell right there. Okay.
In June 2017, NBC News reported that Russian President Putin said he had compromising information about Trump. Actually, Putin said the opposite.
Do you have something damaging on our president?
Well, this is just another load of nonsense. Where would we get this information?
The New York Times and CNN shared a story with photos of immigrant children in cages. It turns out the photos were from 2014. During the Obama administration.
Wow.
In November 2019, Newsweek falsely reported that President Trump was spending Thanksgiving golfing in Florida. He was actually in Afghanistan serving dinner to U.S. troops.
That's the most despicable thing ever, right? He's golfing. He's in Afghanistan. Trump's done a lot of things he didn't get press coverage for before he was a politician. Right? And then he continues on with that, and you never hear anything. You hear Trump bad 100% of the time.
They tried to actually crucify him for going to the Afghan soldiers thing, because they were like, you're not allowed to go to, what was it, use federal property like that to help with his campaign. Some shit like that. They were trying to get him for something, with using something during his campaign when he shouldn't have. But his argument was the families wanted him there, and it wasn't for the campaign. They're making it about the campaign kind of thing. Anyway,
it doesn't matter who everybody else is. Could be Joe Biden. Could be Kamala Harris, Barack Hussein Obama, Hillary Clinton. Head of the State Department. Every email she touches during a war is almost top secret or higher. She dictates. The Secretary of State controls the CIA and paramilitary assets abroad in embassies. I mean, you think this is real? That nothing was top secret? That's just an example, flavor for what I'm talking about.
Good morning. CBS aired a story in March of 2020 supposedly showing a New York hospital crowded with patients.
It's all hands on deck in America's hospitals.
This actually filed tape from Italy. A week later, CBS News mistakenly used the Italy video again. In May, the BBC and The Guardian reported because Trump wasn't wearing headsets, he didn't bother to listen to the translation of a speech by Italy's prime minister. But Trump was wearing his earpiece in his right ear, as always, said the White House.
This is an ongoing theme, but it's a death by 1,000 paper cuts, right? Keep chipping away. And remember, most people are seeing their news 6 o'clock news. That's it. Or in Facebook feeds. So they see this kind of thing and they go, wow, this guy's bad. Now, over an 8-year period, Trump bad. You just think that. I don't want more Trump. If you showed them this, you sat down with an hour of all the BS, they would still have cognitive dissonance and they go, well, that can't be true. I saw that before. Because it was fed to me by the 3-letter agency news programs.
Newsweek reported Poland's first lady refused to shake Trump's hand, but later acknowledged she did.
And this is sound of Donald Trump at his rally in North Carolina today without Mark Robinson.
Where did they get these people on MSNBC? This clip just came out. And even the hosts on MSNBC are like, how do I respond so I don't look like a total empty vessel for Harris? Take a gander.
And what he had to say about Oprah?
Did you see her on Oprah? That's not going to be. That's not going to be president. Oprah didn't know what the hell to do. Oprah was like embarrassed. She wanted to hide under the table, but she's a professional, and she was able to sort of disguise it. No, she wanted to go right under the table.
Whitley, why does Donald Trump lie like that? I mean, everybody knows. Come on.
I think that there were times during that interview where it looked like Oprah was trying to figure out where VP Harris was going. And I think when we're looking at this circumspectly, when we're talking about battleground states and talking to working everyday Americans, utilizing a billionaire who's not dealing with the cost of inflation, with stagnant wages, with stagnant industries is really just out of touch.
Bam. You know, when Trump says that, she's looking hot, crawling to the table. It's tongue in cheek. Everyone gets that. Oprah had to get Kamala back on target. She had to answer the questions that were asked by the audience for Kamala because she wasn't answering them. Oprah's like, shit, how do I fix this interview? She's done a lot of interviews, Oprah. You try to keep the question answer. You try to get the guests back on target. And of course, no one can relate to these billionaires. Then they bring on more billionaires and 100 millionaires on the screen. Hollyweird, and we're supposed to go, wow, that's relatable. That would work. That worked before, right? But people see through it. They're like, I can't relate to these people. How are they all on the left nonstop? Somewhere in the middle, there's somebody who's like, well, I don't agree with the left on everything, but they won't say anything. They're petrified because they know what'll happen, just like we saw the media manufacturing the news.
And I think that's what he really meant to say, is that hiding behind Hollywood, as opposed to really just talking about the policies of your administration, may not be working specifically in battleground states.
That is literally rich, Whitley.
Thank you. Thank you. It's wealthy. It's wealthy. It's wealthy. It's wealthy.
A rich man. Come on.
He's a rich man. That's the weird part about Trump. He comes out, and you got the guy in the street from me, missing most of his teeth, fixes diesel trucks. He's pro-Trump. After we had Trump for 4 years. That's a test right there. It's not in 2016, because Trump said some things. What is 2024 when they had Trump? So he's connecting. He said some things. They got some policies. They had a fat wallet, so they liked him. And that is the ultimate test of whether he's likable, relatable. His policies connect. None of these people can relate to the poor person, but you want them to at least pretend like they care and make a policy like they care.
Well, so Oprah is one of the only people who has been able to have an audience of 20 million people for over many, many years. So I mean, she is a professional here, and she does have an audience, and she knows how to coordinate or how to appeal to wide audiences. The second thing is I'm really tired of all of the surrogates and Donald Trump and and JD Vance all saying this. That's not what the candidates are saying. That is not what they're doing. They're insulting people personally. They're being mean. They're being
mean. Every ad that comes up, probably on YouTube, every news outlet, every news network is an attack ad.
Dude.
They're all attack ads. Every one of them. Why? Because they work. I've complained here why YouTubers aren't doing, when I left, attack videos at least once in a while about Kamala. At least just show what she does. Just real simple. So they work is why they're doing it. And they don't want you to do it because they're effective, because Kamala's a vapid human.
really vindictive. They're not sticking to the issues. And if they were sticking to the issues and saying what you think they mean to say, we'd be in a much different race. But they can't control themselves, and they just need to be mean and vindictive. And that's not winning them the independent voter.
Well, Kamala doesn't talk about any policy ever. It's joy. I mean, we should be able to point out that she doesn't talk about anything substantive. It's all platitudes, unicorn farts, puffy clouds like Bob Ross, right?
Well, I definitely don't need a history lesson on Oprah, who's Black history, because I'm very familiar with all that she has done. But what I'm saying is, when you're talking to people, specifically in a state where the average salary is $49,000, bringing a billionaire up on stage is going to present out of touch, specifically for working class Americans. And let me explain why. It's because the issues that they're talking about does not impact her the same, as opposed to having working class people maybe engaging with her, maybe a town hall forum. She has been utilizing celebrities to promote her campaign, as opposed to utilizing working class people or utilizing them to speak to working class people. And there is a disconnect.
I don't know. I mean, did you watch the town? I mean, it was a town hall. It was a town hall style forum, and
it was so scripted. If you haven't seen it here, there's a teleprompter. I'll put it up. A teleprompter the whole time. So town hall would be random people come up. They're already screened people. We know that, but they come up, ask a question, you freewheel. That's a town hall.
How many did Tux get? One at least? One
so
can?
Organic. How can these people on MSNBC say this stuff with a straight face? I really wonder that. I know the answer because they're getting paid. They can't all think the same in real life.
And Oprah Winfrey is, I mean, she's not a talk show host now or a journalist now, but it was like watching Oprah from the 90s and the 80s.
And also the polls are closing. So clearly she's doing something right, because she's meeting people where they are, because she is now leading in the polls, and she's closing on issues that were Donald Trump's, like the economy and immigration. So something is working.
But polls are a snapshot in time, and we all know that, right? She was just down in the polls, specifically.
Now I wonder if I should put another can out.
This doesn't necessarily help her. When you see her utilizing celebrities in this way, when they want policies, they don't want the performance of Hollywood within their political spheres.
I mean, again, if you watched the town hall forum, you heard her talk about policies.
California public schools lose.
Wow, huh? What do you think of that? She is disconnected. Somebody said on this channel that I'm a doomer, black-pilled. I'm a little black-pilled because we're not ahead by 5 points, we lose. Time you get the mail-in ballots, wink, wink, we lose. I thought I'd sum up with this clip. This is what Harris actually does to parents. Black parents in this case.
$1.4 billion a year in funding. I want money.
I don't agree what Kamala Harris did to my mom.
So I decided I was going to start prosecuting parents for truancy.
And I spend a majority of my time here at the hospital.
When Kamala Harris was the California Attorney General, she had me arrested and prosecuted because my handicapped daughter was sick in the hospital and had missed some days of school.
I have sickle cell anemia.
Well, Kamala's proven that. She kept in prisoners for firefighting. She withheld evidence on a murder case for a black fella. It's a Vice clip. This clip came from 2020, right? It's not coming out now. You have to dig hard to find this. That's what I do here. Hunt around just to present evidence to you. You make the determination. Yes, editorial. I'm not saying I'm not biased, but if there's something Kamala says is strong, I'll say it. Like Joe Biden in Shanksville, Ohio, with the MAGA hat thing. That was old Scranton Joe. That was a seller if he was running. That was a winner right there. It's relatable. Kamala's not relatable. Therein lies the problem. That's why when she talks, it's scripted, it's force-fed in her head. She's not good at it. She needs a teleprompter. She can't remember her exact talking points. There's like, these are poll tested, Kamala. You will say these every time. Even now, she can't remember them. She made this far. I want to thank you. Try to go locals. Follow me there.
Just
I got memberships here. One of those two places. I am going to do live streams of a call-in show. We're going to start that, but I got to get some more traction, and I need you to provide the traction. The Daily Wire pitch, right? E-begging. What do you think about Kamala, or the media in this case, because it's all the same, falsifying the facts, cutting things out? They never do it on the other side of the aisle, and they always say it's a mistake. It's like when Google, you search Donald Trump, you get positive Kamala news. Or when the Amazon spy bot says, who should you vote for? And it says it can't comment on Trump, but it promotes Harris. Is that organic? How many times can we take it? Is that not NFL pass interference like we're about to see today in football? NFL pass interference, you know what I'm talking about. To me it is. It's criminal. Every one of these people should be at least looked into. Who's paying them? You know, we say, well, it's the Ruskies paying somebody. What about the big leftist Democrats, donors, activists, super PACs paying them? I don't know how that's radically different in the end. Boy, oh boy. Who says that? Black conservative perspective? Boy, oh boy. Share the links, do all those YouTube things. It's important to keep these missions, not just me, whoever you watch, who you like. Again, thanks for being here.
Boots on the ground. I am in Springfield, Ohio, covering the Haitian migrant crisis. I am out front of Walmart, and I am here with Magnolia Investigates. Hello, Magnolia.
Hello.
So we've learned something today by being boots on the ground. What have we learned, and why are we at Walmart?
We heard from a Walmart employee who was telling us a little bit about the receipts that have been going around on social media.
Come take a walk with me.
That allegedly show the balances of the migrants' cards, their debit cards. Apparently, all of the cards are Bank of America issued cards, and this person said that they wanted to send us a few of those receipts. But he also told us about another interesting thing.
Well, let's just time out a minute.
Yeah.
So a Walmart employee has reached out to us and told us more or less that the Haitian migrants that come into the Walmart here in Springfield, and there's two Walmarts. Mm-hmm. This is one. We're not going to say who the employee is, and we're not going to say which Walmart the employee works at, but said the Haitian migrants are coming in using Bank of America debit cards for their purchase. We thought that was interesting. What does that mean, and why is every Haitian migrant using a Bank of America debit card? So that's one question. Now, what's the other thing we learned?
Well, there's also, Walmart has their own delivery service called Spark that's similar to like Instacart.
They're working for
Uber Eats.
I bet, because I've seen this in other cities where the Venezuelans are taking over the Spark delivery service, and the people. There's a streamer on YouTube who he talks about it, how they're taking that. I used to have work. I used to be able to do this Spark thing, but now it's all Venezuelans here. They're taking most of the good runs type shit.
To start checking IDs of the Spark delivery drivers that come in, because these drivers rent their accounts to each other. So basically, you know, when you sign up to be a driver for one of these services, you have to go through the process.
That's how they're doing it.
To get approved. You have to have your driver's license, your driver record, your insurance. You have to have everything together and be approved. So apparently, some of the Haitians are going through the process and getting those delivery accounts, but then they're renting the accounts to other migrants so that they can go out and make deliveries and make some money too.
That sounds like fraud and scam, like using someone else's
what's our government ain't gonna do shit about it though.
Deliveries to deliver out to people.
Holy shit, dude! And they're driving dirty. No insurance, no license plates on their vehicles, no driver's license. Driving with permits half the time and shit. Because in their country, permit it means the same thing as like permission. You're permitted to drive.
Out of the delivery services, because you know sometimes you order something and it'll say like Sharon is on the way with your delivery, but then it'll be a man that shows up instead in a different car or something. So I don't think it's unique to this situation, but it's just interesting that they've developed this way to help each other out, earn money, and do this work, even though, you know, they don't actually, maybe they don't even have a license, you know?
So Spark, we also hear Uber Eats. I mean, a lot of the Haitian migrants are doing these delivery services.
It's not just the Haitians, Spark, dude. They're all working these things, dude.
DoorDash, on driver's permits.
Yeah, and a lot.
And you know what that's going to do? It's going to cause it so that the system's going to be so flooded with people willing to drive, willing to take the shitty ones too, because hey, it's money and we're getting, like they're getting whatever, they're going in on the gas for the car or something. I don't know, but gas prices have went down too, so there's that. Like, man, and it's going to make it so that the Americans doing this are going to end up like not getting paid enough for it to be worth it anymore.
Happening. So several people have mentioned that to us, that a lot of the migrants are doing these delivery type jobs around the area. It just seems like that's something they go to, and you know, it's possible
illegal work.
They're doing these renting of each other's accounts.
Well, that's a violation of policy, you would think, right?
Yeah.
Spark policy and everything like that. Yeah. How does Spark hire people? I wonder if there's an application. Do you have to have a driver's license to work for Spark?
Well, I know what he was saying was that, you know, what they've had to do now is start checking IDs when these guys come in to pick up deliveries because of this issue. So I don't know how many they're catching that are violating the policy, but I would assume if they're caught violating, that their
man, you
account
just
would be
left,
terminated, or they would be fired or whatever. So yeah, but it's a process.
You can stay out there for a little while now.
If
but
you're going to be a driver for anything, you have to go through an application
super fast
and
for him.
process.
And we also was told to look into keys.
Yeah, they said to take a look at the key places around the city where you get keys made. Like, so apparently something that the migrants are doing in these houses that they're living in, they're actually subletting to other migrants. And so they're going around and getting keys made all the time. This is like a common thing, and so that's how they're getting so many people in one house sometimes. It's just wild, all these different schemes that we're hearing about.
Schemes, folks.
Yeah.
A lot of manipulation, and we
probably against their
heard
leads.
From a Walmart employee. We've actually had realtors reach out to us, telling us some insight about the housing market and how it all works here. So we'll have another report coming out on that. Employees in Springfield, reach out to me and Magnolia Investigates. We want to hear what's going on.
I think walking in the middle of the street.
We're boots on the ground, and we're only scratching the surface, right?
Yeah, every time we turn around, there's a new story. There's something new to investigate, look into. So tips at jlrinvestigates.com.
I'd love to hear from you. Thanks, Magnolia. Subscribe to the channel, like, hit the notification.
Don't tell me what to do, buddy.
I've covered crazy, but I've never experienced anything like this. That's what the founder of Haitian Times, Gary Pierre, told the New York Times recently. His comment follows vitriolic rhetoric that spread like wildfire in the last.
And
For more on our brand new NBC News poll, I am joined
they're
now by
saying
national
that
political correspondent
Kamala's
Steve
back in the lead.
Fulanaki to take us through all of the numbers. Steve, a lot of headlines here.
Certainly, Kristen. I mean, you're looking at the biggest. Harris 49, Trump 44, 5-point advantage for Harris in this poll against Donald Trump. And if we zoom out here and look at the bigger significance of this finding, you know, we've been polling the 2024 race going back to last year. And you can see here, these are all the results on the left side of the screen from when Joe Biden was still the Democratic candidate. And now you see this is our first poll since Harris switched in, and look at that result.
You can see that the race has been completely reshaped since Harris took the top of the ticket.
Completely. And one of the things powering that lead we should note, too, there's a pretty pronounced gender gap at this point. Harris among women is leading in our poll by 21 points. Among men, Trump is leading by 12. That is a 33-point gender gap. That's enormous what we're seeing right here. Take a look at this, too. The debate, of course, happening in the last couple of weeks. Nearly 30% saying that debate made them more likely to support Harris. Much smaller number for Trump. That might be helping her as well here. And then there's this. The view, the overall perception of Kamala Harris. Remember, before she got in the race, a lot of talk that, you know, her numbers didn't look better than Biden's. She was 32 positive, 50 negative before getting in this race. And now this is what you see.
And we have to pause here because this is the largest increase that we have seen for any politician since George W. Bush in the wake of the September 11th attacks on this issue.
Absolutely, Kristen. I mean, we were seeing numbers like this for years for Kamala Harris. Now you're seeing a very different story. And what goes into that new level of popularity she has? Take a look here. If we can, there it is. Call this up here. Some of the groups that have gravitated the most towards Harris, just in terms of favorable, look at this. Black voters, 24-point increase. Independents, 20. Young voters, 26. Young voters, this is a group where Joe Biden, when he was still in, he was putting up very, very poor numbers for a Democrat with. Harris, you could see a 26-point jump there in her favorable score among voters under 30. And then look at it this way. Just put it in comparison with Biden and then with all of the other national candidates this year. She's the only one, Kamala Harris, right now in our poll with a higher positive score than a negative score. Compare that to Trump. And by the way, at the bottom of this list, look at J.D. Vance, Trump's running mate, the lowest positive score.
But you have to look at that 53% for Trump, the highest negative rating of everyone here.
There it is. Yeah, the only one over 50% majority there. Take a look at some of the issues here. We ask folks, what is the most important issue here? You've got inflation, you know, number one here. Also the economy. I mean, add together, you know, inflation and the economy. You're talking about 40% of the electorate citing that. And take a look at this. We talked about when Trump was running against Biden, he had some pretty strong advantages on the issues. Well, this was Trump versus Biden. That's what you're seeing right here. This is Harris versus Biden. And look, Trump still has an advantage on the economy. It's 9 points right now. It used to be 22. On the border, it's 21 now. That's a big advantage. It used to be 35. Look at this one. We talked about, remember, age being such a big issue? Yeah. Trump had a 29-point advantage over Joe Biden on the necessary mental, physical health. Now, Harris, 20-point advantage over Trump.
It's so fascinating because Republican sources say if former President Trump would stick to the issues like immigration and the economy, he'd be doing better. And this shows it.
It does. I mean, there's an opportunity there for him. And, you know, Harris, that's part of the success she's had in taking the lead, has been eroding that. OK, but look at it this way. A lot of positive news here for Democrats and for Kamala Harris. But if you're a Republican looking at these numbers, look back to October 2020. It's very similar. We say Harris has jumped into a 3-point, net positive rating. That's where Joe Biden was in October 2020. Trump is pretty much in the same place, a little bit worse in terms of views of him as 2020. But here's the other difference. In 2020, Trump was the incumbent president. 60% of people thought the country was on the wrong track. Now Harris is part of an incumbent administration, and 2/3 say the country's on the wrong track. In 2020, Trump came within really a handful of votes in a few states of winning in the Electoral College. As the challenger against the incumbent administration, maybe overall not that much of a different setup here. Certainly in the Electoral College, within reach for him.
Just a fascinating finding, Steve, with just 6 weeks to go.
Here it is. Thank you, Kristen.
Thanks.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
She takes every opportunity she can. If she's alert enough. Hit that door.
many students spend long nights in the library writing term papers and studying. You can do that at Olin College in Needham, but it also offers a more hands-on opportunity.
Future engineers can get really creative, as WBZ's Jacob Wyckoff found. That includes creating your own lightsaber.
All right, I'm Jacob Boyd, and this is Herotex Lightsaber.
Could we not with all this fucking music? Holy shit. Okay. Y'all could even see it. It's okay. It's gone now.
I'm Kadiba Devine. I'm Mark Curtis. New at 6, an Arizona Cardinals season ticket holder is feeling frustrated tonight, telling 12 News she wasn't allowed to wear her Make America Great Again hat, MAGA, inside State Farm Stadium.
The Cardinals are responding, saying that one security guard did not follow policies.
12 News journalist Sean Rice sat down with the woman to get a better understanding of what happened at the Cards opener.
Hey there, Mark and Caribbeas. Today I spoke with Susan Rosener. She has been a season ticket holder for nearly 3 decades, going to Cardinals games with her and her husband. But something happened to her on Sunday that has never happened before. She was told she had to throw her Make America Great Again hat in the trash, or else she and her husband couldn't enter the stadium.
I hear somebody yell, "You can't bring that hat in here." And I thought she was joking, and I kind of went, oh, ha, 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 you know, and kept walking toward the second checkpoint.
They're the words Susan Rosener heard as she was walking up the security checkpoints at State Farm Stadium. They were uttered by a security guard working for a third-party company. When she was asked why she could not wear a political hat to a public sporting event, she was told it violated the stadium's policies.
She's like, no political hats or shirts. And I said, I haven't heard that at all. And I said, that doesn't make sense to me. And she goes, I said, take your hat off. And I go, I'm not sure I want to do that.
After her husband posed a question,
if she takes it off, can we get in?
She opted to throw it away so that she could go to the game.
In retrospect, I wish I would have stood my ground a little bit, but I wasn't sure what the repercussions would be. And I was thinking my husband would kill me if I did something with the season tickets or jeopardize those somehow.
The Arizona Cardinals in State Farm Stadium have a list of prohibited items when attending Cardinals games. The 2 options closest to a ban on political attire would be, quote, clothing deemed obscene or indecent in a public setting, or any item deemed inappropriate or hazardous by stadium security. She pointed this out to a guest services representative and was told MAGA hats are prohibited.
Can you please tell me where this says I can't wear my hat? And I think she had heard the whole altercation before, and she's like, nope, can't wear it, can't wear it.
But as it turns out, they are not. The Arizona Cardinals issued a statement to 12 News saying a stadium security member misunderstood the policy on prohibited items. Their policy applies to signage, posters, flags, or displays that are political in nature. They're also working to reach out to Susan and apologize.
I am super freedom of speech. I could care less if someone had a Kamala hat or t-shirt on. I do feel like part of the problem is this security woman definitely had a bias with my hat.
And moving forward, the Arizona Cardinals tell us they will be working with all of their stadium personnel to provide clarity on their prohibited items list. And Susan tells me she looks forward to potentially wearing her MAGA hat again at future games. Sean Rice, 12 News.
Sean, thanks.
Man, made a woman take her hat off. I wonder if it was a black man. Security guard. Is it black culture to make a black woman take her hat off? There's a reason why she got it on, probably. Underneath ain't brand, you know, it ain't looking right, might be right now. Got the hat on church, and you don't make her take it. Maybe I think I have hats this big. You don't make them take the hat off. Or whenever he was just trying to like tell her what to do or something. I made a white woman take her MAGA hat off today. Her hair look like shit. Yo, but Outlaw's posting shit. What is he posting? This sound racist.
Well, this was an interesting find. I just went a little bit off trail, and I stumbled across this here. There are trees that have markings on them. You know, somebody marked the trees. But it looks like something that was done quite some time ago.
Why don't y'all ever do Apollo 13? Ever. No, I'm not doing it until you do it.
Faded. They're not the original color by any means anymore. Almost looks as though somebody was trying to create a big...
We're still not doing it.
Houston, we have a problem.
There you go.
Right here.
Train y'all.
Possibly.
Hey, thanks.
Well, no, it looks like it would have been something that somebody would have walked. Whatever this is, though, well, let's see. Well, wait a minute. They've actually dug footers here.
The world?
And this one's leaning. Whatever this is, they actually dug footers for this. Somebody was planning on doing something here and then gave up on the project, I guess. You see them 2x4s where they connect up there? I mean, everything's just leaning. Huh. I'd sure like to know what this is about. If anybody happens to know anything, if you know about Robert's Cave and you happen to have any information on this, I'd love to know. Let me know. And that, what looks like could have possibly been a telephone pole at some point in its life. Serves as like, it appears to serve as some sort of boundary line for whatever they was doing. Let's walk just a little bit more here. See what else we can see. I mean, oh my goodness, what do we got? Wait, there's another one over here.
What in the world?
Whoa. Whoa. You know what I'm thinking? I bet you the park itself
sort of bike path
is going to build another campsite here with, wait a minute. With,
wait a minute.
Like a bunkhouse, a couple of bunkhouses and whatnot. There is, looks like trails that lead off through there. But then, over here, what do we have? We have some sort of trail here. Almost like a drive trail. Well, of course, they would have had to have some way to bring that lumber up in here. But it looks like a project that's long been abandoned. But here's some of them posts that they was using to put in the footers. I'll have to walk over to that other side to retrieve my bag. But let's check this one out, because this one I hadn't seen.
Crazy. It is weird. It's just sitting out there.
What was they building here?
What in the world moment?
You know, this, wait a minute. There's a date on this board. So, I can't read the month. Let's see.
Not a date.
Looks like it says 11.
30.
Possibly.
Oh,
it was sometime.
It's 2017. Never
In
mind.
2017. It might be a 1, a 10, or 11, or a 12 even for the month. It was something that has a 1 there for the month. But this is something 30th of 2017. So it's 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So that was 7 years ago. So whatever they was doing, they began building this 7 years ago and then just stopped. Because this here...
It was an Antifa secret base.
Looks like... Well, now, wait a minute. That wouldn't have been a footer, I don't think. And then you could tell there by that, it's all out of whack. And nothing's even. Unless it was... Well, that might have been designed that way. Because all of them are that way. Including on that side over there. Okay, so these walls was meant to be at an angle. Almost wonder if they was trying to create like an A-frame structure here. Huh. Then we got...
Almost wonder's a weird saying, isn't it?
Shape of stakes. Yeah, this is quite interesting. So a project started 7 years ago that never got finished.
Why do we say almost wonder instead of just I wonder?
If there's any other structures like this. It's crazy. I decided I hadn't done it in many years. I hadn't done this in many, many years. But I just decided to go off the beaten path.
A weird structure, though, actually.
And then I stumbled upon this.
Just be out in the woods. I'd be a little tripped out by it, too.
So from right here, we can actually see both structures. So let me kind of tilt this camera. And then we will very slowly, for the eyes, move across over here.
The eyes, by the way.
And then you can... I can see clearly the structures over there, but it all blends in with the trees. But right straight through there in the center of the screen is that other structure. Yeah, I want to make my way back over here. And then we're going to walk some more. Oh! I have to go back over to that other structure to retrieve my bag, though. I want to see if there are any other structures that I've missed. Maybe on the other side of this little trail road. Maybe
you left it. You left it fucking sight. Oh, not go away.
Now that looks more enticing, but a possible way of climbing it. Be challenging. I still smoke. To show just how steep of an incline and how high I had to just climb there. Let's see. Yeah, that just really doesn't do much justice. You can't really tell just how steep that is. I mean, it is. Trying to figure out what kind of degree of slope that would be. Let's see.
45, probably. 30 to 45?
I don't know.
35 to 45?
A 90-degree slope, maybe.
Straight up.
It's definitely a much steeper slope than you see on any houses or many houses.
9 degrees would be straight up. He doesn't know
For
geometry.
the roofs. And probably about the height of
Geometry is my favorite math course.
2 houses stacked on top of each other.
You got
Yeah. Maybe 2.5 houses stacked on top of each other. 3. Actually, I'd say it is close to about 3 houses in height stacked. So I just climbed equivalent to 3 stories on at least a 90-degree slope face. Now, you can see over here, if you can see right through them trees, you see the beginning of the rocks, how close I am now, how close I've made it. And I mean, this has been a climb, folks. Let me tell you, this has been a climb, and I still got some more climbing to go. I think I'm gonna cut right off through there. It looks like a good path to start my journey up the rock face, right through there and around to where that shade is on the right side, or on the up against the rock there, and going around that way somewhere. So we're about to start the ascent up that rock face to get to that cliff. Alrighty, well, I'm gonna sit here for another minute or two, and I'm gonna start my ascent up, and then yeah, I continue to look around me, and
it is beautiful out there, though.
angels
What? Angels?
fearing God, loving home, and I know God's got that. But I'm just saying, even if, worst case scenario, I never got to see my son again, you don't think God is going to have my son's back? He's the ultimate protector. He ain't going to let nothing happen to me if he knows it's going to cause my son harm. And then the only way he's going to let something happen to me is if he knows by something happening to me, something greater comes about it because of it, such as many other lives being saved. Friends, don't sweat this small stuff. Don't sweat it. Put it in his hands. I'm serious. Put all your troubles in his hands, folks. Stop sweating this nonsense. All right. So, like I said, whoops, how in the world? Okay. Like I said, I'm gonna carry on my journey here, and we'll reconvene here in a bit. So see, just when I thought the road, the path was going to be quite difficult, because right back there, between them 2 trees right there in the center, that's where I was sitting, and I couldn't see anything, past, about where I'm standing here, where the hill kind of levels out a little bit. So I get up here, there's a path going to the left, which appears to be going down, which I don't want to go down. I'm trying to go up. But then I'm looking here and I'm like, okay, I got to climb that. And just as I'm starting to climb that, I look over and I'm like, wait, look at what the good Lord has provided me with. He has provided me with a much easier path. So we're going to walk this for a bit and see where this leads. Ah, yes, the Lord is good. So, I'm trying to get up there. Now, if I wanted to take a shortcut and beat myself up, I could. But there's no sense in that when this path is right here. And
righteous
He's
path.
provided it.
Yeah.
And it's...
Provided it.
No, it's not going to take any more time to do this easier path than it would the harder. And truth be told,
as you know,
it'll be better on my health. Just like certain things are better on our spiritual health. So I'm going to follow this easier path up on this one because that's what the Lord has guided me to do. Yes, look at that. I'm still making progress. I'm still climbing.
Weird.
Still going just about as fast, but I'm not killing myself to do it. Yeah. Look at this.
Why not want to use that terminology?
Still a little challenging on the legs. Ooh, look at, ooh, see how the Lord just saved me? I just stopped here. Look. Can I get it?
How does the Lord do everything?
Where's he at?
Fuck.
Right. I can't get him in the zoom. There's a big old spider web right in front of me and a big old huge spider that was on it, but the video's not picking it up. And I just happened to stop right here in front of it because I had to catch my breath.
Oh, the
And
Lord
I wouldn't have done that.
got him to catch his breath.
Right into that trap, that web. But because I stopped, I gave that spider time to see me and
thank you, Jesus.
So now I'm going to take my finger and dispose of that spider web there, that trap, and there we go. Now I carry it along my way.
That is good.
All right. Whew. All right. See, Lord even provided me a stairway here. Look at this. Wow, this is awesome. Woohoo! He just wants to test our obedience, our faithfulness,
The Lord
our
put this
dedication to
rock
him
here
sometimes.
for this day.
That's why the journey is hard, because it's not that he really wants to know if we're going to be obedient. He knows if we're going to or not. It's a matter of getting us to know if we're going to or not. So now now that I'm up them rocks, there's a pathway that leads that way, path that leads this way. Initially I thought this way, but then that way kind of says it's more over to the cliffs, but this way keeps calling me a little bit, so I'm going to choose this way. Oh, the Lord is good. The Lord is good and worthy to be praised. Oh, the Lord is good and worthy to be praised. Whew. Almost kind of feel like I'm in an episode of Pilgrim's Progress right now.
Heard of it.
Whew. Except not going through all the emotional stuff and all the doubts that's depicted on Pilgrim's Progress. This go around, this journey, see, other journeys have been about testing me on faith versus doubt, obedience versus disobedience. And while this is a little bit the same, this one's more about overcoming the literal physical obstacles. Like, I mean, more sticker thorns here and, you know, but relatively clean path. But I still got to go through them sticker thorns, which I don't really know if y'all can really make those out or not. Anyway, so yeah, and then on the other side of this, it looks like there's a fairly clean path. So, let's carry on. Whew, hold on a minute. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, look what I'm starting to see. Man, I might have made it to the cliffs. I don't know if that's really what they're called, or what this is called, but I'm gonna tell you, honestly, from down below, I didn't think that anybody had ever been up to these cliffs. But as I'm looking back this way now, oh yeah, plenty of people have been up here. But the task looked daunting from down below. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. What? Ooh, and I just stepped in horse manure. Anyway, lesson there to be learned, huh? Now see,
God did not.
Exactly. Oh, look at that.
Why didn't
There's
God
a
help
picnic
you
table
there?
right there. Oh, I'm gonna have to come back and sit on that picnic table. Yes, yes. That's what I'm after. I brought my Bible with me so I could find me a good spot to sit and be with the Lord. And this is gonna be the perfect spot. But look at this. I didn't even...
It's pretty cool, though.
I didn't even see all of this from down below. Wow. I gotta figure out where I'm at. I think the cliff itself is right over here. Right over here, I think. I'm going to guess. Which is... Wow. Wow. Did I make it? I think I made it. Look, 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 look. I made it, folks. I made it. Right down there. Okay, right down there. That's the trail I was on. Remember the pond that I said had some trash? It was sad, but I could tell that it was man-made because of that culvert there. That's where I was at. And now, my friends, I am at the cliff, at the peak. Ooh, look at this. And see, from that trail over there, I could not see all of this beauty over here.
Wow.
My goodness, let me climb down here just a little bit to get to this sheer rock face over here. And I want to stand at the edge of that. There's actually two. Let me go to this one over here first. Then we'll come around over to that other one. See this right here? This right here just overjoys me because look at that. Look at that. That was a fault and I won. I took on the challenge and I overcame. Woohoo! Yeah. Okay, so you see right down there, them rocks right off beaten path. That's where I started out. That path into them rocks, into the briar. And then my path led me off over here to my right. I'm not sure if it'll be your left, the way you're looking at the screen or not. But if you see how that hill, how there's a hill there, and from that path down there, just such a short distance. You can actually see on the camera the path and then the water over here. But from that path, all this beauty over here couldn't be seen. But then you get up here and you realize, whew, man, you realize, wow. Wow. Now look at this. I'm gonna get right here to the edge of the cliff. Let's see here. See here if I can not slip off or drop my phone here. Oh, that's pretty steep drop off, my friend. Pretty steep drop off. But look at this beauty. Look at this. This is gorgeous, my friends. Just gorgeous. So gorgeous. Thank you, Lord. I love you so much. All right, let's get back up this little deal, and we're gonna go over to this other cliff face, cliff, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, right out here. Oh. Which the scenery ain't gonna change too much, but yeah. So I was standing right over there just a moment ago. Look at this. I wonder what them people were thinking way out there. Right there. Yeah. I wonder what them people there, what in the world? Somehow I got a picture on picture in picture. That's different. Anyway, them people out there, they're appears, well, I don't know. Yeah, I thought I seen him holding fishing poles a minute ago. Or I guess maybe it's just one guy. But I wonder, because I thought I seen him looking up here too. I wonder what he's thinking. That's interesting. people that love beauty, no matter what they say, it is my truest belief that no matter what a person says, whether they deny God or not, if they love being out in a place like this by themselves, in the serenity of an atmosphere like this, then there's something more inside of them than they may even realize. See, when they enjoy being away from all the noise, the hustle and the bustle of the world, that's when the Holy Spirit is beckoning and calling our names. I'm curious what in the world that is supposed to be right there. Really am curious what that's supposed to be. All right, my friends. Man, I love it. Thank you, Lord. All right. Now, see, at the top of this cliff, from down there, I kid you not, from down there, it looked like this cliff was inaccessible to human feet. I mean, anybody with any reasonable deduction, or however you want to say it, could assume that there was a possible way, but it's one that you think not too many people do. But anyway, I set out anyway, and now I have been rewarded with a picnic table sitting up here ready for me to sit down at and enjoy the presence of my Lord. Ooh. Wow, turned out so much better than I could have hoped for. All right, my friends. Yeah, it's time for me to spend time with him one-on-one. I'm still spending time with him right now. But it's now time for me to put down the digital technology and spend it alone, one-on-one with him. I love you, each and every one of you. Trash beer cans. Ooh. I'm so a while. To where I had sat for a while, and where I had talked for about 5 minutes, and there was this other path that had led downwards, but not necessarily in the direction towards going back to the car. Well, I got down here to this little curve and I stopped, and I wanted to put on the video recorder before I even went any further, and we get to see this together. Well, kind of, because you'll see this later after me, but me and the camera will see it together, we'll say that. So coming around here, so there's the lake out there. So I was up there on the cliffs, okay, but look what I'm spotting here. Underneath them cliffs look to be like caves. So I'm not sure if it is or not, but ooh, a little bit of a treacherous climb. But I wanted to come check it all out. Whew. Oh, yes. All right. All right. Oh, get off in this shade. Oh, come on, people. Oh, your trash beer cans. Pathetic. Anyway, Whew. Well, now the explorer in me, well, that's probably just a dead end hole at dead ends right there, but the explorer in me about wants to climb up there somehow or another. I don't know how I'd dare to do it because that overhangs, and but I really want to know if that goes further up in there than just that. Let's see here. I don't know. I'm quite sure that I won't be able to get in there, but maybe. Oh boy. Okay, let me leave my bag down here. That would make a little bit more sense. Okay. All right. Now, it's pretty steep right here, and a lot of slippery shell, or however you want to say it. Thank goodness I got my boots on, but still, yeah, it's very. You see how, loose that is? Well, anyway, I don't want to lose my footing, but anyway, I want to climb up here at least. And, come on. At least have as much of a look as I possibly can. Oh, man, I don't know about this. Yeah, I don't know about this. Oh, boy. All right, there's something to grab onto. Oh, whew. Ay. Okay. Hey. Let's see here. Might make it a little further up than I thought. Ooh. Okay. But still, yeah, that overhangs. So, let's see, there's a ledge here. I wonder, oh, whoops. But not much room for the head. I don't think that's gonna help me none. Yeah, once I get under here, I can't really see anything. Well, I don't know, maybe I can, put my camera up here and see anything more or not. Well, it's hard to tell. I can't really see because I'm having to hold it out so far. But it does kind of look like it just dead ends there. So not really a cave. I mean, I don't know what the actual definition of a cave would be. I mean, a person could lay up in there and, if they was able to get in there, they definitely have enough room to lay. And it seems like it's flat up there, and they could seek shelter from the elements and, honestly, from the animals if they could get in there. Whew. Yeah, here I go. I'm sliding. Oh, boy. Okay. Hey! Oh, my! Wow! Okay. See, Oh, come on. I read one chapter in the Bible up there on the picnic table, and I had ran out of water while sitting there, so I thought, well, I need to at least go down so that I can get some more water. So I started my descent down, but I'm getting sidetracked here with this, and I don't want to sidetrack too much because I have no water here with me. This is very fascinating. All these little holes in the rock formation. Very, very fascinating. It is intriguing as to how they may have gotten there. Look at that. It's like a tri-story type of deal. Or even more. Wow. See, that intrigues me. Is there any possible way of climbing back? Oh, look at that. That's a big old huge large opening right there. That there is some sort of, man, that really does look like some sort of cave up there. See, you can see where it goes off in there more. Ah, man. Let me see if I can zoom in to see anything further. So that goes off in there some more. Man. Oh, I would love to find a way up there.
There was a bat in there.
I could get up there. I wonder if the gift shop sells any rock climbing gear. I have my doubts because they probably would not want anybody to get hurt out here for fear of lawsuits or something. I don't know. And I've never actually used any gear for rock climbing, so I would definitely be an amateur at it. But man, I'd sure love to get up in there. I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna go to the gift shop here in a bit, get me some water, get me several bottles of water, and then check it out. And then see if they got any gear. Ooh, wow. This is definitely a trail off through here, though. Let's see what else we got up in here. Ooh, people throwing their trash down. Carpet. Why did somebody bring carpet? That's odd, but okay. Man, this is beautiful.
Have sex in the woods.
Oh, look at this. Come around that bend right here. And voila. Look at that. I mean, that would be kind of slanted. I don't think you could much. You could lay up in there, but you'd have to put something there to keep you from rolling out if you needed to seek shelter. But then it actually looks like another tri-level because you got this one here, but then you got another something there, another there. You got more over here. Let's see if I can peek off into the, okay, here we go. So a person could definitely seek shelter up in there if they can get in there. See, it's probably possible to get into this one. Yeah, it might be a little difficult, but not impossible. Let's walk on this way a little bit. I think it's fascinating how the rocks have provided mankind with natural shelter. And of course, you know, to get to some of them, it would be a bit challenging. Granted, I mean, if you had a ladder, you could definitely get in there. Honestly, now there's an idea. Get a portable ladder of some sort, and then I could check out all these little things. Ooh, now that's an idea. Of course, some sort of rope and rock climbing gear would just be a whole lot easier to deal with. Of course, I don't know if I could, really, I don't think I'd really be able to climb a rope too well. I mean, I could, but oh man, that would definitely be daunting for me. But I do know that they have these deals you put on the rope, and once you get it up there, it kind of locks itself onto the rope, and you hold on to it. So that would definitely make climbing a rope a whole lot easier. But, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I'm just thinking out loud. This is so beautiful. Look at this. You know, I'm betting, now granted, I mean, like that right there, well, maybe back many years ago, that particular section on the bottom here could have been used for a hideout, but wouldn't now today because of erosion. But, oh, that there, I highly doubt it. Nope. I mean, somebody would have to be awful desperate. Ooh, thank you, Lord. To try to use that spot. Anyway, I'm just being silly. Let's got this rock face here, small little trail here, and then just a pretty huge drop off there. Well, so much for me going to get water. Oh, ended up on another adventure. Ooh, beautiful. I love it. Now that one I might actually climb. Sorry, I'm always seeking adventure, people. I wonder how far up there I could climb. Would it be possible I could leave my bag down here? I have no water though, Brian. You need water. And I'm really tempted to go get water and then come back and continue, because I don't know how far this trail really goes. I really want to climb that, but I have no water and I need water. So I'm going to postpone that in a moment. I'll come back. Yeah. I kind of go over here around this bend here and see if this goes much further. If it does, then I'm going to stop, double back out of here, go get water and come back. Oh. Looks like the trail, no, it keeps going. It keeps going. Ooh. Ooh, boy. Okay. Wow. Well, I'm getting awful close to that water. Oh, one good tumble down this cliff here, I'd be in it. You know, I'm going to come back. Yeah, I'm going to come back. It is 12:30 in the afternoon. I got plenty of time. I got at least another, 8 or so hours of daylight. So I got plenty of time to come back and do some more exploring. Yeah, just make an entire day out of here. So anyway, yeah, I'm talking quiet because I'm still trying to be in the presence of the Lord. Listen to that. What do you think? You think that's the tree there, Mom? Is that a pine tree? No. I didn't think so, but it's a pretty big tree. No, definitely. Well, now, are you sure that's not a pine tree? Yeah. They've got it trimmed up all the way up. Way up there, that's pines, ain't it?
Oh, well, that would be weird.
Well, they got it trimmed up for, whatever purpose.
Oh. Well, I can't see because of the sun, really.
Come this way. Up there it really looks like pine needles at the very top.
Well, that's a possibility.
Oh, you can see straight up right here, too.
I've never seen them shaved like that. So.
Right.
Yes, it is possible. Yeah, it does kind of. You're right.
So, for the viewers, on a sign back there when this trail started, it said Oklahoma's second largest pine tree. And it had an arrow pointing this way. So I thought, well, I think this path will circle around to where I want to go. So I decided to go ahead and take it. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and carry along this path and see where it takes us. And hopefully it comes back around to where I want to be. And if it don't, then I'll go from there. Okay, so we didn't walk very far. And this path has led over to another section of the park where people have their horses corralled at, and they do horseback riding here. So zoom in right there a little bit, and you can see the horses. So we're gonna double back here and go get back on the main trail. So
it just comes right back here, doesn't it?
yeah. So alrighty. So I rounded this bend earlier, and I was like, wow. See that rock up there?
Not yet.
That cliff on the right?
Oh.
You'll see it better as we get further closer. Steve, but how I felt God called me to take the harder path for that particular portion of the journey, climbing up to the cliff. Well, when I got up there, I was all gung-ho and ready to continue on taking the hard journey. And I come to a fork in the path, and to the left was an easier journey to getting up to where I wanted to be. And straight ahead was, pretty difficult deal. And in that moment, as I was trying to make that decision, which one to take, I just felt the Spirit tell me, take the easier one on this. And so I did. As I was telling my mom a minute ago, when I did that, I carried on up, and I got to my destination without fighting so hard because I listened to the Lord. So we have to listen to the Lord at all times and abide by what He tells us. Yeah. When He tells us to take the harder path, He has a reason for it. When He tells us to take the easy path, He has a reason for it. So I took that easy path and got on up there to His beauty. It is just amazing how the Lord ministers to me. But anyway, I get on up this area and around to them cliffs because we're heading back up to the rocks we were at earlier. Now that I've got some water and a few supplies, and my mother decided to come along for the second part of this. I'm gonna go back up there now and continue exploring. I want to see what's on around that rock face. All right, I'll see you on up ahead. I'm starting to realize the easier looking path is not always the easiest. I'm kind of starting to wish that I had just went ahead and took the other path, the one that looked the hardest, because something I'm realizing right now as I'm walking is, at least with the hard path, I got up it and it was a wham bam, it was done. Yes, it was hard, but it was over with in a hurry. This one, it just keeps going, and going, and it's wearing my hips out. But yet it looks like the absolute easiest path. So the point here is, people, the easiest looking path is oftentimes not the easiest path.
Which muscles, spiritually or physically, need to be stretched. Those have to be why He takes us. There's no ways.
Yeah, both kind of muscles, physical and spiritual. Yeah. So both muscles need to be stretched. So, yeah. So the point here is, don't judge based off of appearance. Don't make decisions based off of appearance. Make all your decisions based off of the Holy Spirit and His leading. All right, I'll see you on or y'all see me on up the road a little further, or the path, should I say. So, as I continue walking, it just dawned on me, when I came down from the cliff, I didn't walk this trail. When I came off that cliff the easy way, it brought me out onto the trail somewhere back where we just walked from. And I thought it would be easy enough to spot, but I forgot about it. And there's a lesson to be learned here. If we're not paying attention and we don't keep the scriptures in our remembrance, just like I got off the beaten trail here, and so now I got to back up and redo things. So do we have to do when we get off the beaten trail with the Lord. Then we're disciplined, just like I've been disciplined because I had to walk out of my way here, and now I got to retreat back to the point wherever that was to get back on track. You know, we see discipline when we get outside of the remembrance of God's word. And when we get distracted. Distractions will keep us from being focused on the things that we need to be focused on.
How's his mom doing right now out
and
there?
That's what I did here. I let myself be distracted. Of course, it was by my own doings. So now,
You stand there on the other side of the camera with our arms up.
I'll get you back down the trail.
I'm loose.
Yes, Mama?
What?
I said, yes, Mama. You are a walking testimony. And the Lord uses you a lot more than you know for ministerial purposes. My mother, she is so strong-willed. And this is a very steep hill to climb. We decided to break off the beaten path here because I don't know exactly where that spot was. And my mother is determined and she wanted a challenge. And so I said, okay, we're going to come up it here. And it was pretty hard for me. But she's determined. She wants to make it. And I so desperately want to reach out and help her. But this is one of them things, it's like the Lord wants to reach out and help us sometimes. But sometimes he has to let us go in order to train us. After all, we are his soldiers.
Fall, but I'll get there.
That's okay. You get there whatever means you can.
Yeah. At least it shows determination.
Yeah. We might have to crawl and slither into heaven, but as long as we get there, right?
Well, we're not. Yeah.
Well, you know, beaten up, all battered and bruised, crawling in because we're so beat up. I don't know. Get up to this tree here, it'll get a little easier.
Yeah. Sometimes we just have to stop and ask the Lord where he wants us to step and what he wants us to do next.
Exactly. Let him guide our steps. Amen.
You fall, that's okay, just as long as you get back up.
Exactly. All right, you made it. All right. So I've had me a nice little long break. You might as well get yours in because the challenge ain't over yet.
Yeah.
We got a lot of climbing left to do. You ready for it?
Once we get to the top, we take about a half-hour quiet time to the Lord and our bodies.
Oh, you can. I love you. But we can I'll take a 5 or 10 with you.
Okay.
But once we, we'll go to the top of the cliffs first. We'll sit down at the picnic table. We can take a little bit longer break there. Then we'll come back down and circle around by the rock cliffs where I was earlier, where I wanted to continue on, but I ran out of water.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. All right. So, finally back to being on track with the right trail. And but we had definitely overshot it by a long ways. So this here, between them two trees is where I ended up coming up at earlier, but I climbed up from that down there.
Wow.
Yeah. And I came up about between them two trees, and then I sat there for 10 minutes or something, catching my breath. And from that viewpoint, I couldn't see. All I could see was straight up that way. So that was how I was expecting to climb up.
Wow.
And so I get up here and top over this hill. First thing I see is that. I'm like, well, I could tell that goes down. I'm trying to go up. So I'm like, okay, well, that's fine. I just climb right on up there. And then out of the corner of my eye, as I was fixing to start across this little path, I seen this. I'm like, wait. And so that's when I spoke to the Lord, and he told me, take the easier path from this point. And that's where I listened to him, and it turned out great. So come on.
Okay.
And the easier path is still a little bit of a challenge.
Well, those pine cones, there's got to be pine trees.
Well, is that pine or cedar right there? That's probably cedar, ain't it? Well, anyway. Whoa. Whew. Oh. Between pine and cedar? Oh, yeah, I think so. That's a workout. Good?
Yeah.
You're probably thinking about to yourself right now, I need to start watching my mouth and stop telling him I'm ready for a challenge.
Yeah. I was just hoping for a little bit longer of a pass.
Hi? A little bit longer of a what? Oh, well, you're about to get it here in just a moment. Yeah.
You trying to?
Well, stop and the shade here and take a rest.
Overexert his mom? Does he have a life insurance on her too? Hey Mom, let's go climb up a 45-degree angle together.
No.
I just increased your policy.
No, we're almost out, right here.
Well, yeah, but, you know. Picnic table's just right over here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Like, he is barely able to make it, and he's expecting her.
No, it's... No, no. I wouldn't do that to you. You're supposed to step on them, not run into them.
You don't see anything.
Hey, she's got a backpack on.
People are sitting at the picnic table.
Where'd it go?
The picnic table is right over here, and people are taking it up.
Oh.
But there's some rocks over here we can go to.
Okay.
So I'm going to end this recording for the moment and pick back up in a minute. So, Mama, now that we've made it to this point, you look over here to your right, and you'll see where we came from. See the trail down there?
Oh, yeah.
That pond where we was at?
Oh.
Uh-huh. So what do you think now that we're up here?
Well, looking at nature and seeing what God has made. It's awesome.
Everybody's pissed that they're at that table.
Water's good, too.
So for the viewers, it appears that we have some sort of maybe Boy Scout camp or something going on over there at the picnic table where I sat at earlier this morning to read the Bible. So we couldn't go sit over there, which was just as well, because it's just as beautiful of a view, if not better. And we got a nice piece of shade to sit in here on the cliff. And anyway, down below me is where I was walking as we got into, I believe, the afternoon time along this rock face. And that's where I intend on going back to here when we leave here. So I will see you in a little while. Or, well, I won't see you, but you'll see me in a little while. Well, no, you won't see me either. You'll just see nature. Maybe my mom you'll see. But anyway, all right. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they that mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are they which do hunger and thirst after righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called the children of God. Blessed Blessed are they which are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are ye when men shall revile you and persecute you, and shall say all manner of evil against you falsely for my sake. Rejoice and be exceedingly glad, for great is your reward in heaven. For so persecuted they the prophets which were before you. Ye are the salt of the earth. But if the salt have lost his savor, wherewith shall it be salted? It is thenceforth good for nothing but to be cast out and to be trodden under foot of men. Ye are the light of the world. A city that is set on an hill cannot be hid. Neither do men light a candle and put it under a bushel, but on a candlestick, and it giveth light unto all that are in the house. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven. Think not that I am come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law, till all be fulfilled. Whosoever therefore shall break one of the least commandments, and shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I say unto you that except your righteousness shall exceed the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, ye shall in no case enter into the kingdom of heaven. Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, Thou shalt not kill, and whosoever shall kill shall be in danger of the judgment. But I say unto you that whosoever is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in danger of the judgment. And whosoever shall say to his brother, Raka, shall be in danger of the council. But whosoever shall say, Thou fool, shall be in danger of hellfire. Therefore, if thou bring thy gift to the altar, and there rememberest that thy brother hath aught against thee, leave there thy gift before the altar, and go thy way. First be reconciled to thy brother, and then come and offer thy gift. Agree with thine adversary.
How long is he going to be doing this? I thought he was just going to say a couple things. Motherfucker, I ain't listening to a whole goddamn sermon up here. The fuck?
Heard the video until he was...
Okay.
It didn't say that.
Yeah, no, I don't need to hear what she has to say about it either. Let's get to pushing here. Let's go. That.
Good boy. Not graceful, but I'm doing it.
And how old are you again?
Don't remind me.
No, seriously.
I'll be 69 in about a month.
69 in about a month. Wow, that's something to be proud of right there. Almost 69 years old and determined as could be. Love it. All right. I'll carry on down this way and catch up with y'all in a minute. All right, we're about to just start our descent down to kind of a mid-level beneath the rocks here. And you see where kind of the trail splits off there to the left, and you can either go to the left there or to the right where we're at. And anyway, then we make our descent down. I think y'all got to see the ascent coming back up, but I don't think I heard the video until it was down around the curve the last time this morning when I was by myself. But yeah, we'll probably just fast forward this on through the next step because I've already seen everything about this curve on earlier in the video. So right here, then we started a slight descent up and into where kind of the caverns start. But my mother hasn't seen this, so she hopefully will enjoy it. Bless her heart, she's slowly making her way down. Can y'all believe that? Almost 69 years old and just determined as could be. I am extremely blessed to have my mother. Extremely blessed. Okay, so I'm back at the area where I had left off at, where I turned around at, and this is where I said I was going to carry on from when I came back. So now I did go, and I had to climb up into one of them caverns, so I did, and let me tell y'all, don't ever do that. And I'm probably going to do it again myself, but I'm an idiot. But this stuff is so brittle, it breaks off in my hand, like the entire rock formation, or at least until this point. This point does look a little more solid, but you can see up in there, that stuff, I guarantee I can grab it with my hand and pull it out. But most of the wall behind this point is so brittle, oh my goodness. I climbed up into it, but climbing out of it was the real challenge. I didn't think I was going to make it down. But I did. I made it down, and we're all good. So now, carrying along here. Be careful, Mama dear. All right. So now, still see the rock here. Now me, I'm going to carry up into here a little bit. Mama dear, you do not have to.
Mama dear.
Because I'm beating off, or coming off the beaten
You see path. I'm beating off?
Because I want to walk up into this. The beaten path. I have to do what I'm doing. Because I'm beating off, or Mama dear, you do not have to do what I'm doing. Because I'm beating off, or Mama dear, you do not have to do what I'm doing. Because I'm beating off. Mama dear, you do not have to do what I'm doing. Because I'm beating off, or Mama dear, you do not have to do what I'm doing. Because I'm beating off, or coming off the beaten path.
Mama dear,
I want to walk up into this.
Mama dear. Start beating off with your son. That's weird.
There's actually kind of a trail up here. As long as I can get up here. Let me put this water in my pocket. and my slip towel and hang it off my pocket. All right, see what we get now.
I'm a deer.
Trail up here. So I'm gonna walk this trail. You can either walk that trail or come up this way. Your choice. Maybe. Very good possibility. Oh man, I had my hand over the camera. Sorry, folks. So now I'm kind of almost in a cavern of a sense of its own. And this is definitely natural. See, look at this stuff. I can reach up here. See, look at that. I can grab a handful of it and it just breaks right off. It is definitely no good for climbing. And I really wouldn't recommend finding shelter for any length of time underneath of it, because pieces of it could go at any time. And I don't think it would really crush you in your sleep, but it could cause a little damage depending on how much fell off. Just a bunch of shell, really, that you pave your driveway with. This is all a part of Robert's Cave.
What was that?
Look at that. Now that looks more like a cave than anything else. That is kind of that's a unique one. Is that trail starting to come to an end, Mama? Can you come up this way? Oh, it's still going, but I think it's going to take you away from me. Are you able to? You're able to make it up this.
Jeez. No, dude, it's so dangerous having her do this shit. He's taking her off of the trail. It's hard to do for someone that's young, because the ground's usually really loose. Yeah. Because it's not traveled on. It has a bunch of loose shit in it. It always does.
Hold on, Mama. Hold on.
You go off the switchbacks, go off the trail.
Don't try to climb up that.
Well, that was too loose. I would find another spot over here.
Yeah, all of this is too loose.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just started to try to climb down, and I don't even want to climb down it. It looks solid, but it's not.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, where I climbed up back here is a lot better. I actually had plenty of stuff to grab onto back here.
Oh.
The further up you go, the more of a hill you have to climb. Well, unless you want to just hang tight there for a minute, and I'm going to go on ahead and explore this cavern up here, and then I'll see where we're at from there.
Okay.
No. This is very interesting. You know, ooh, Mama, I think we're at the end of the trail. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking on ahead from up above here. There's no more trail. Yeah, I wouldn't suggest us going any further here. Okay, yeah, we better turn around. I'm gonna just finish exploring this, and then about 2 or 3 minutes and I'll be done here. That is some very interesting marks in this. That's either caused from water at some point in time, swishing up against it, eroding it, or from man-made tools. But truthfully, I think the water level at some point in time used to be way up here. That's what I believe. And I think water over time eroded all this out and caused them lines. And I think each line here was another water level. I'm betting
shale is sedimentary, right?
The water was as tall as the cliffs we were sitting on over there at some point in time. That's what I think. It was probably many years ago, thousands of years ago. But that's kind of what I think. Now this is interesting here, how this is notched out. See, that's just loose right there. Well, leave it in place. You, Mom, you okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Are you tree hugging?
No, I was trying to get around the tree and my foot just kind of slipped.
All right, I'm coming back that way. All righty. Yeah, I could tell by the sound. Oh, all right. I'm gonna shut the camera off. I'll reconvene with y'all on the other side.
How many miles do you think we have to the car?
I don't know, not far. Why?
Just wondering.
Why are you ready to go?
Maybe head that direction instead of the opposite direction.
I guess I could always come back out.
You want to stay out here tonight?
No, but I wanted to explore more. All right, Mama. So, we're pretty much at the end of the trail, going back to the cars. What do you think?
This is the day that the Lord has made, and I'm happy to have gone. Walking and exploring. Just having a good time.
Really? You don't think I'm crazy?
Each other and what?
Really? You don't think I'm crazy?
Crazy? Why?
For taking you on such an adventure?
Well, honey, you gotta remember that I was raised mostly in the country. And I don't have to that with city folks. What's so unusual about it? It's nice.
And that?
Off a little further, though.
And get off what?
Off a little further towards you can't hardly hear nobody.
All right. Yeah, I would have rather been a little further away from civilization. I mean, we was quite a ways from it, but I'd rather been further than we was. But, yep, that's my mother for you. Well, folks, we're going to make our way on back to the car, and it's pretty well going to conclude the video, which is probably going to be a second part, because I've already got the first part kind of put into a video, waiting for me to makeshift edit or whatever happens with it, and then I will make a second part, and this will be it. So, God's beautiful countryside. Yes, Mm-hmm. All right, that concludes it.
I did it. I'm a trooper. Well, y'all, I'm gonna go and end it. The food is gone. The kitties are gone. Kitty cam. No longer kitty camming. Not a kitty cam without the kitties. So both my cats are asleep too. Simon's knocked out there. She's knocked out below me. Thanks everybody for hanging. Gold coin. First one here. Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Sister T, thanks for holding it down. Thank you so much, Sister T. Lounge Glue, thanks for hanging out with us all the way from Australia. Mark Hopper. Hopefully your Costco trip went alright. I just flared up, man. I need a rest. I'm really flared up right now. That breakfast was fucking painful. I need a rest, actually. Thanks, everybody. 4-can day, where we had Fluffy came to eat again. Fluffy, Tux, and Momma. Later. Thanks, sister. You have a good day.
Another one.